Hey everyone, welcome to my channel DevOps Mela. This is Rohit Singh and welcome to my top 50 DevOps interview questions. Now, quick recap, I have covered all the major DevOps tools in this. I have covered Kubernetes, Docker, Azure DevOps to be very specific, Git, Ansible, Terraform, etc. Now, these are all real-time interview questions with real-time practical solutions, hence the length is big. Okay, please go through the videos and let me know your thought in the comment section. And if you want, you can reach out to me on devopsmela@gmail. Thank you very much. Enjoy the video. Bye bye.
Hello all and welcome to my channel DevOps Mela. This is Rohit Singh. In this video tutorial, we'll be talking about few Azure DevOps interview questions. Understand what exactly the question is. So we have 50 commits in develop branch, and out of which only 5 commits needs to be pushed in release branch. And from release branch, the changes will be pushed into production. Okay, so the question is we have around 50 odd commits in develop branch. So develop branch is mostly used for development activities, so in that we have multiple commits, and release branch is used to release your changes into your upper environments like your stage, production. Okay, so out of 50, only 5 commits needs to be pushed into the release branch. So let's think about it, like what is the best way to achieve it. So the best way to achieve it is through Git cherry picking. So what exactly is the cherry picking? So cherry picking is a concept of picking a commit from a branch and applying it to another. So think about it, like if you have a cherry, a box of cherry in which you want to pick 5 best cherry out of it. So you start picking the best cherries. Okay. And if you want to run this, if you want to do a cherry picking using a git console, the command is given git cherry-pick and the commit id. So this way, through git console, git command line, you can initiate cherry picking. But over here we are looking into Azure DevOps, like how exactly in Azure DevOps we can do it. So let's go back to Azure DevOps and see what best we can do over there. Okay, I am into Azure DevOps. I have a repository called e-commerce website, and I have multiple branches over here. So in this, if I go inside develop, okay, there are multiple changes and multiple commits inside my develop branch. Now think about it, this particular commit is not there in my release. Now I want to just pick out of all these commit, I just want to pick this. If I create a pull request, for example, you guys might have a question, why can't we just create a pull request? If I create a pull request, everything, whatever changes are not there in my release, everything will get pulled into my release, and that is not my requirement. My requirement is we just need to pick specific commits. So let's take an example. This is the commit which I want to pick. So I just go inside this, there is an option cherry picking. If you click over here, you select the branch you want to put it in release. It creates a temporary branch based out of the commit ID, and it will create a pull request form from where you can post that you can put this information, this particular commit into release. Okay, all this thing, whatever the demo which I have given to you right now, I already have a video, so you can find that video in my description box. I'll be having those video links in my description box if you want to have a detailed explanation how exactly things are done. So answering to the previous question, the scenario question, git cherry picking is the concept which you can use it. Okay, that was scenario 1. Let's go back to scenario 2 and let's see what we have. Okay, this scenario is talking about we have a developer called Ram, has developed an application module. While developing, he has made around 100 commits locally. Now he needs to push all his changes in remote develop branch as a single commit. So basically, we don't want developer messy history in my develop branch, but we do want all his changes. Okay, so let me reiterate the scenario again. So there is a developer Ram who has developed a module. While developing, he has done multiple commits on his local branch. Okay, now he wants to push all his changes into develop branch, but he does not want his history to be pushed because the history is very messy. If I put all these 100 commits in my develop branch history will be very messy. So we don't want that messy history, but we do want all his changes. So the answer to this question is git squash. Git squash is a technique that helps you to take a series of commits and condense it to a few commits. In my case, I want to condense it to one single commit. Out of those 100 commits will be converted into one single commit using git squash. Okay, squashing is a technique. If you want to use it on your git command line, the command is given git rebase -i stands for interactive head tilde sign 3. That means it will take the last 3 commits if you want to try it on your git command line. Okay, but our focus is again how do we do it on Azure DevOps. Let's go back on Azure portal. Okay, let me cancel this. Okay, think about it. This is the temporary branch, the local branch which my developer was working. This was the branch user story 1 2 3 4. Okay, now this branch has multiple commits inside it. Okay, all this commit needs to be all these changes needs to be pushed inside develop branch. But while I'm pushing those changes, I don't want all this history. I want a single history, a single commit. Okay, how exactly we can achieve it? This can be achieved using git squash as I mentioned. For doing that, I can just simply go ahead and create a pull request. I create a new pull request from user story 1 2 3 4 into develop. I just name it as test commit squash. Description I just ignore. I just remove this user story which is linked. No merge conflict. These are the files, these are the commits which I'm pushing into my develop. So the important part over here, when I click on complete, the merge type which I would be using would be squash. So I'll be squashing all those commit into one single commit. Okay, now I just uncheck these options. So I'll just click on complete merge. Merging pull request, I think this might be done till now. Let's go back in my develop. See this, guys. I have one single test commit squash and I have all the information over here. This is how squashing works in Azure DevOps. Okay, you might have seen there's no files inside this commit, but don't worry, all those changes were already present in my develop. That is the reason you can't see any files. Okay, but if you want, create a new branch, create a new repository, make several changes to your local repository, local branch, push it into a remote, then create a pull request. You'll see everything is coming as one single commit, the way it is looking over here, and all your changes will be there inside. Okay, any doubt, please ping me. I'm happy to help you guys. Okay, let's go back to the third scenario. Let's go back to my PPT. Okay, what is the next scenario? Okay, the scenario is again a developer Ram has few uncommit changes in his local branch, and now he has to empty his current working directory to accommodate emergency change like ECR or bug fix. How can Ram handle such scenario without losing his uncommit changes? Okay, let me reiterate the scenario over here. A developer Ram is working on some module and his managers comes in and says, Ram, there is an emergency change, whatever you're doing, just drop it and get back to the emergency change. Okay, definitely Ram cannot drop all his uncommit changes. He has been working on those changes for last 1 month. So how exactly Ram can handle such scenario? Let's see that. Okay, so Ram can handle such scenario using git stash. Okay, stashing is a concept where it's a command which can take your uncommit changes, both stage and unstage, saves them away from later use. Okay, so git stash will take your uncommit changes and it will save it somewhere in git, and it will make sure your working directory is clean and you can start working on your working directory, in your work directory. And later, whenever you're done with your ECR, whenever you're done with your bug fix, you can go back and you can use it. Okay, how exactly this git stash feature is not available on Azure DevOps, so we'll see this on git console, not console, git command line locally. So let's go back on my local system. So this is the repository what I have right now. Let me open a git bash over here. Okay, if I just run a git status command, let me see if I have any uncommit changes right now. Yes, I do have 2 uncommit changes right now, which is not even staged. It is an unstaged right now. These are the, so git status is another command to have to check the stage and unstaged files. So that is for later. Okay, how do I run the git stash? Simply just giving git stash command will stash all my changes and it will make my working directory cleaner. So I ran the command git stash. Now if I just go and run the command git status, I will not find anything in my working directory right now. So where exactly my changes are? Okay, if I go and run the command git stash list, this is the place where I can see my stash changes. Now I assume I'm done with my ECR changes, I'm done with my bug fix, I'm going back to my uncommit changes. How do we do that? So we can go in, we can run the command git stash again, and I can run the command with the option pop. Okay, if you have multiple stash, you can even declare your stash name this way. Even this works. Or if you just do this, it will take the latest stash for you. Now if you see this, we are back. Now if you run the command git status again, you should see those 2 uncommit changes. Okay, this is how stash works. So this is what stashing is all about. Okay, now there are other commands: git stash, git list, git pop, git drop. One thing, when you're using git drop, git stash drop, it will delete your uncommit files also. So use this command very wisely. Okay, let's see the scenario 4. In this scenario, there is a developer Ram has packaged and pushed his project module in Azure Artifacts. Okay, and now developer Lakshman, who is working on some other module, has a direct dependency on Ram's module. How can Lakshman project consume packages from Azure Artifacts locally to successfully build his project? So in short, there is a developer who has created a module. He has pushed his module into Azure Artifacts. Now Lakshman, there's other developer who wish to consume Ram's module because there's a direct dependency on his project. How can Lakshman consume his packages locally? So the word locally. Okay, so consider this as a .NET application in my example. So how can we do this? So this can be achieved. So let's go and see what exactly the module is first. Let's go back to my project Azure DevOps, and inside this there is a feed called web app underscore feed. Inside this I have a package. Shiva underscore web app is a package what we have already. Okay, so what Lakshman has to do first, so Lakshman has to see whether he is able to access that particular feed or not. So as we saw already, so consider me as Lakshman. I am able to access this particular feed from my console, so I have access to it. Okay, from my Azure DevOps console I am able to access this. So that first part is done. Okay, so we are checking developer has required permission to access the private feed. Yes, I have. So the second is, I being a developer, I have a web application. So I have a test application over here. Just for this video tutorial, I have a test application. Inside this dependency, I don't have anything right now. So what the other part is, we need to go ahead and add Azure artifacts feed source URL in Visual Studio manage package solution. How exactly we can do it? Firstly, let's go back to the console. Okay, connect to feed, there's an option. I'm using Visual Studio. Okay, so I'll click on connect to feed and I will select Visual Studio. As I said, it's a .NET application which I'm using for reference. Okay, if you come down, this is the name of my feed, this is the source. I'll just copy this source. I'll go back to Visual Studio and I'll go in tools. In NuGet package manager, I'll go back to manage NuGet package solution. Over here, if you see, the source is right now the nuget.org. That is the source which we can see right now. Now I'll go and add my own private source. I'll click on this gear icon. I'll click on add. I'll put the source name and I'll give the feed name as well. That is web app feed. Okay. I'll click on OK. Now if you see in the drop down, I have web app feed as well. Now if I just go inside this feed, I will look for the package which I'm looking for my application. So guys, all this, how do we create a feed, how do we package a feed and things like that, everything is covered in my Azure Artifacts video. You can find the link in my description box. So from here, it is loading. From here I can go ahead and select the package which I want. So here we go. If I scroll down, what is the name of the package? Let me refresh. The name of the package which you're looking for is Shiva web app _ web app. Let me put it over here, Shiva _ web app. See, here we go. I can go ahead and select this for my project and I can go ahead and install it. This is one way, and as soon as I install, this will start reflecting over here in my dependency tab. Okay, in my dependency drop down. This is one way. The other way also is going to NuGet package manager, open the package manager console and just run this command. If you go inside it, there is a PowerShell command. You just run it, copy this and put it over here, and things will get installed. The package will get installed and you can build your application and you can push your application back to your repository. That is how we can achieve this. Okay, let's move back to the other scenario. That's scenario 5. Let's see what exactly we have. Okay, all. So in scenario 5, let's see what exactly the scenario is. So again, we have a developer called Ram. He has created a .NET application, core application. Now he wishes to automate the entire build and release process through Azure DevOps. Guide the developer with the entire end-to-end process and deploy the application on Azure Web App using IAC, that's infrastructure as a code methodology. So guys, we have multiple questions in this, and this is the entire scenario which we are talking about. The first question is, there is a developer called Ram, very much new to DevOps. So he reaches out to a DevOps engineer and he asks us, how do we automate the entire build and release process? Okay, that is one scenario. The other scenario is we need to deploy this on Azure Web App and we need to use infrastructure as a code methodology. Okay, So over here you can use ARM templates or you can use Terraform, whichever you are comfortable with. So let's guide the developer how what exactly needs to be done. Okay. So the first step, ask the developer how he builds the application locally, whether he is using MS Build, VS Build. So frankly, if it's a .NET, he might be using Visual Studio and he might be using the Visual Studio build process. Okay, build and release process, publish process. So ask the developer what are the steps, is the application is working locally and things like that. So whatever information you can ask, just ask the developer about that. The next is create Azure repos. Okay, on Azure repos, create a repository and push the source code in remote repository along with IAC configuration file. In IAC is nothing but it's a ARM template files, a JSON file, or if you're using Terraform, then we would need a .tf configuration file along with the source code, because we need to even create Azure web app, okay, using IAC methodology. Post that. So once the repository is created, once the source file and everything is pushed inside the repository, go ahead and create a build pipeline. So as we all know, in Azure DevOps, there are two ways of creating build pipelines: a classic and a YAML based. A classic is more wherein you have multiple. It's a GUI based wherein you have multiple tasks you can add and remove directly. YAML based is again, it follows pipeline as a code method. So a YAML Azure -pipeline.yaml file gets created, which becomes part of your repository. So in this, nothing is mentioned whether to use classic or YAML. Nothing is mentioned. So we'll stick with YAML. Uh, that is something I'll suggest. Okay. So the first thing first will be building the solution post the YAML file is created. There are multiple tasks inside the YAML file. The first task is we'll build the solution using MS Build or a VS Build. So it's a .NET application. This is something we would be using. Post the build is completed, we'll run code analytics. So if you're doing a static code, we can do a static code analytics through SonarQube. We can even use Veracode. Depends what third-party application your company is using to do code analytics. Okay. Then if needed, we'll have a code coverage as well. So after code analytics, we'll do code coverage. Code coverage will basically check the percentage of code testing done for your application. Okay. Then the next task would be we'll copy the ARM or a Terraform configuration files. So if it's a ARM template, then we'll copy the JSON file, and if it's Terraform, we'll copy the .tf file. So we'll have a copy task as well in my build pipeline, and later we'll publish the artifact. So in Azure, you can publish the artifact, the output file, either into a file share server if you don't want to put it on cloud, or you can put it on Azure pipeline drop location. So that's a container wherein you can put it, and from where my release pipeline can access. Okay. So that is about build. So building the solution, running code analytics, running code coverage, copying configuration files, and publishing an artifact. Okay. The next part is releasing. So next part is deploy. So using ARM templates, we'll create Azure web app. Okay. So we'll have two tasks in my release pipeline. I'll have a ARM template task. Over here, I'm using classic. Okay. And the next task, once the web app is created, we'll have a deployment task wherein we'll be deploying our ASP.NET application. How exactly this entire flow happens, I have covered this in my tutorial video. Check my video in my description. Okay, for now, let me give you a FYI how exactly it looks. Let's go back to one of my project. Okay, let's go back to this project itself. If you go inside, there is a project call, and if you see, this is the YAML file. If you see, I'm restoring it from my private feed. Let's ignore it for now. So this is where my build is happening. This is where I'm copying my ARM files. See, I'm copying all my JSON file, and I'm putting everything inside my in a drop location, in a location known as Shiva-web app. That's a container on cloud. I don't have testing inside it, but if I do have testing, that particular task will come over here. So I don't have testing over here. Now if I just go back to releases for this, so this is the release. So in this release I have two tasks. I have a ARM task which will be creating an Azure web app for me, and the next is a deployment task wherein I am deploying the output file. So this is how this is done. This is how you can achieve this scenario. Okay, let's see the next scenario. Okay, so over here we have a developer called Lakshman has developed a microservice application, a .NET Core. He wishes to automate the entire end-to-end process to deploy the application on Azure Kubernetes services. Make sure to use PAC, that's pipeline as a code, methodology for entire build and release. So this is very similar, not similar I would say. So this is very similar with my previous scenario which we saw, wherein I was building a .NET application. The only difference over here is now we are deploying this .NET application on Azure Kubernetes services. So there are few prerequisites. So we have to deploy this on Azure Kubernetes services. Then we may have to create Azure Kubernetes clusters beforehand, and we even require ACR, that's Azure Container Registry. Okay, it could be ACR, you can put it in Docker Hub as well, but let's like we are talking about Azure DevOps, so I'm sticking with all Azure cloud services for now. Okay, and we need to create service connections as well to connect to Azure cloud services. Okay, so this service connection was needed even for my previous scenario which we just covered. Okay, so just an FYI. So these are the prerequisites. So all this thing needs to be created beforehand, before even we tell Lakshman how things are done. Okay, then what are the scenario, what are the build scenario and thing scenario. So again we need to create Azure repos, and we need to push the source code in a remote repository. But as we are deploying my changes in Azure Kubernetes now, there are multiple more things what is needed. I would need a Docker file. So why do we need a Docker file? To create a Docker image. Okay, and post that I would even need a deployment.yaml file and service.yaml file to deploy my application, and service.yaml file to access my application from outside world. So these are the files needed, these are the configuration file needed, and we need to create a build and release pipeline using YAML now this time. So it is clearly mentioned, use pipeline as a code method for entire process. So we'll have multiple stages, we'll have a build stage, then we'll have deploy stage. So how exactly that is done, we'll see it. Okay, the first thing first, we'll start with the build. Okay, let me show you the build first, how exactly. I have a project. Okay, deploy to AKA. This is again a .NET project. It's a simple web app. It just displays my DevOps mail app page. I have this entire video tutorial on my channel. Please go and check how exactly things are done. Plus you can find the link in my description. Okay, so come back to the Docker file. If you see this Docker file, these are the Docker file. It is simply creating building the Docker image. Okay, then post that once the Docker image is built, this image is pushed into an ACR, that's Azure Container Registry. Okay, prior that, if you want to add code analytics, code coverage, everything, you can do it. Okay, once that is done, what is the next part? Once that is done, once the solution is built, once the image is created, to be very specific, the image is pushed into ACR, that's a container registry on Azure cloud. Now later publish the manifest files again either on file share or Azure pipeline drop location. So manifest file is the deployment.yaml file which is needed for deploying my application, and service.yaml file. This is about the build. Okay, let's go and see the YAML file as well, because we are talking about that YAML. Let's see the build stage first. So this, okay guys, so this is the YAML file, Azure pipelines.yaml. This is, I have my variables defined, my ACR and everything defined. This is my build step, wherein I'm running the Docker file. Using the Docker file, I'm building the application, I'm creating the image, then the image is pushed into a ACR, that's a container registry. The next step, I'm uploading the manifest file, the YAML files, which I was just talking about. Then the next stage is deploy. Let's go back to the PPT. So in deploy, firstly, the image would be pulled from ACR. So whatever image we have pushed into ACR, in the deployment step, we'll be pulling that image from the ACR. Post that, through manifest file, the deployment will be triggered in AKS cluster, and depending the pods will be created in AKS cluster. So let's go back to YAML. So that is the next stage, wherein the ACI image is getting pulled, and through this deployment.yaml and service.yaml file, the application is getting deployed. Okay, so this is the entire end-to-end process of deploying a microservice application on Azure Kubernetes services. Okay, so that's it. This is, hello all and welcome to my channel DevOps Mailer. This is Rohit Singh, and in this video tutorial we'll talk about Azure DevOps scenario based interview question, and this is the part 2. Okay, the first question, so it's written scenario 7 because I've covered 6 scenarios in my previous tutorial video, and you can find the link inside the description box. Okay, so the question is, we got multiple projects folder inside one repository XYZ. So the repository name is XYZ, and we got multiple folders. So inside one repository, I have multiple projects. Okay, and we have build pipelines created for each project. So each project has own separate build pipelines. So hence only that particular project build should be triggered automatically in which the changes were committed. So take an example, I have multiple folders. So just let's go back to Azure DevOps and let's understand this question first. So this is my DevOps. Let's go to the repository. So consider this is the repository, Shiva underscore web app. This is one of my students' repository. Inside this, I have multiple folders. So consider this is one project, this is other project. And I have pipelines created, build pipelines created for both. I have build pipelines for this particular project. I have build pipelines created for this particular project. So what exactly the issue is over here? Whenever the developer is making changes onto this particular branch, to the develop branch, both pipelines are getting triggered automatically. So how do we segregate this? So what exactly I want to achieve over here? When I make changes to this particular folder, only this particular pipeline should trigger. Same vice versa. If I'm making changes to this particular folder, only this particular pipeline should get triggered. How exactly we can achieve this? Let's go back to the PPT. So this can be achieved using path filtration. So I have got many query on this question. I've got multiple emails from you guys. So that is the reason I thought of including this into my scenario based interview questions. So there are two ways of achieving it. The one way is override trigger setting and specify the exact path for the build pipeline. One way. Let's go back and see that first. So let's go back to pipelines. In pipelines, consider this is the build pipeline which I'm talking about. So we'll go inside this pipeline. Let's do the edit. It's a YAML based pipeline which I'm using right now. So the first option, go into triggers. In triggers, there's option override YAML continuous integration trigger from here. Click over here. There is an option path filtration at the very bottom. So what you have to do, go inside, add a path filter, and let's go back to repos first and this folder. Just copy this folder name, come back over here. You can have this added this way. So what will happen now when I save it? What will happen now? Whenever there's a commit in this particular folder, for this particular folder, then only this particular build pipeline will automatically trigger, or else it will not trigger. Okay, this is one way of achieving this. The other way is mention the path field in the YAML file of the build pipeline. So this way, even in the YAML directly, you can mention uh, the information. The same thing I can mention in the YAML. I don't have to come over here and add triggers and things like that. Okay, even though this is very helpful, very straightforward, uh, there are other ways of doing things as well. Let's talk about that as well. So if you go inside this same build pipeline again, go and edit. Now if you see this in the trigger, I have added a path as well, included the path. This way also you can do. So by doing this, this becomes part of your repository. So because you're updating the YAML file. So this will make sure that when there's a change in the develop branch and when there's a change in this particular folder, only then this particular build pipeline to trigger. As simple as that. Okay. So that's it. For so that's the solution for this scenario. Let's go back and see the other scenario. Scenario 8. So the question is, we have multiple build pipelines and those builds are sequential in nature and directly dependent on each other. Okay, let's understand this question. We have multiple builds, so one build is dependent on each other build. So like one build, so once ABC build is completed, then only the XYZ build should run. That is what the question is. So how do we achieve the same in Azure DevOps? Okay, straightforward. Let's go back to Azure DevOps. Let's consider this. Take this as a build Shiva underscore web app underscore build develop. This build is directly dependent on the other build Shiva underscore web app underscore feed. So when this feed build is successful, then only this particular build should run automatically. How exactly we can achieve it? Let's see that. Let's go back to PPT. So we can achieve it by using build completion. Okay. So again, under triggers, there's an option build completion and select the triggering build post completion. So this, let's go back and see. Again, there are two ways of doing it. One is by doing through triggers, or the other way of adding the line of code in the YAML file. Okay, let's go back and see the manual way first. Okay, so what is my requirement? I want this particular pipeline, this Shiva underscore web app underscore build to trigger automatically when this Shiva underscore web app underscore feed is completed. Okay, let's go and see that. So for doing that, I have to make changes in Shiva underscore web app. So I'll go inside it, I'll go and edit, I'll go and go back to triggers again. There's an option of build completion. Build when another build completes. Okay, don't get confused. People tends to get confused over here. Don't get confused. So I want to run this build when the other build is completed successfully. Okay, let's add it. So the build which it is, this particular build is dependent on this particular build, Shiva web app underscore feed, and branch is develop. That's totally fine for me. I'll just save it. So let's test this as well. So what I'll do, I'll go in Shiva web app and I'll just run this build quickly. So hardly it will take 10 seconds or 15 seconds to complete this build. So what my expectation is, once this build is successful, this particular build should run automatically. That is what my expectation is. Let's wait. Let's refresh this. So it's a simple build which is pushing a NuGet package into my artifacts. So that's it. Now let's refresh it. See this. So this build was automatically triggered. This got triggered because we have this particular build was successfully created, and this particular build has a direct dependency on this particular build. So this is how this is running right now. Okay, same way, let me cancel it, not needed right now. Same way, there's other way. You can even update a pipelines field the way we have created a pipeline field in my previous. We had a path field. So same way we can have a pipeline field added into my YAML file. Okay. So if you understand this YAML, so there is a pipeline called app.ci which is dependent on security-lib-ci. When this source build is successfully created, then the app-ci pipeline will automatically build. Try this by yourself. If you have some difficulty or issue, do let me know in the comment box. Okay, now the scenario 9. How to restrict a developer by not allowing him to push any messy commit history into a remote repository like remote branch like developer release from his her feature branch. So take a developer scenario. Being a developer, you will create a local branch for yourself, okay, wherein you'll do all your development work, all your development activities. So while doing it, you'll have multiple commits. Okay, so you'll have around 100 200 commits. So if you push everything into develop, so your develop history will look very messy. So I have covered this scenario in a different way in my previous tutorial, okay, in my previous part, but over here it's different. Okay, so how do we restrict? So the question is, how do we restrict the user, the developer? Okay, because if he tends to push everything into develop, the develop branch history will be very messy, and there are so many other developers working on that particular branch. So how do we restrict? So the best way of restricting is by enforcing branch policy. Okay, so how exactly we can achieve it? So the question, by enforcing branch policies on branches, making sure only specific types of merge is permitted. Okay, so in this scenario, if I enforce a branch policy that whenever there is a PR, that's a pull request created from a feature branch to a develop or a release branch, only squash merge should be permitted to the developer, nothing else he can do. So by doing that, we can achieve this scenario. How exactly that can be done? Let's go back and see. So in repos, so come back into branches. If you see this in develop, there is an option. Click on more option. Come over here in the branches policy. In this, if you come down, there are other branch policies also which you can enforce. I'm not talking about those right now. So we are talking about limited merge types. In this, I can enforce that only squash merge is permitted. So when the developer is creating a PR, at that time, during the completion, he will just get an option of squash merge. All other merge type would be restricted. By doing this, you can enforce branching policy, and developer would be forced to use only squash merge. That is what this question is all about. Enforcing, restricting the developer to use only a specific type of merge commit. Okay, depending upon your scenario, depending upon your questions which you're getting, you can tweak this question and you can tweak your answer. Okay, if someone is asking like how do we enforce basic merge type, same way. Okay, how do we make sure that there are limited set of reviewers? You can come and enforce branch policy. How do we make sure that the work items are linked? Okay, depending upon questions, you can tweak your answers. Okay, let's come back to the next scenario. Scenario 10. Consider I have multiple commonly used pipeline variables. This could be a build pipeline also, or it could be a release pipeline also. How do I make sure those variables are defined once and reused or referenced in multiple pipelines whenever required? So understand this question. We have pipeline variables. So there are multiple pipeline variables which are commonly used across multiple pipelines. So one way is you go and define those pipeline variables in the pipeline section manually, but that is very clumsy. Okay, So you're talking about automation and doing manual things again and again for commonly used tasks. Let's go back on Azure DevOps and see that. Okay. Consider these are my release pipelines. If I go inside this pipeline, I have multiple variables created, and there are so many common variables also I have created. So among this, there are some common variables which I would be using in multiple other pipelines as well. If it is one or two pipeline, there's no need. But if it is around 100 200 pipelines wherein you're using those common variables, so it doesn't make sense of going and adding in each pipelines. So how do we achieve it? So let's go back and see. Okay, this can be achieved using variable group. Okay, so by creating a variable group and defining commonly used variables. Great. How exactly we can do it? Let's go back and see. So inside pipeline, there's an option called library. Okay, if you guys don't know, inside library, there is an option of creating a variable group. You can give a name to this variable group, and you can have this commonly used variables created and the values mentioned right over here. After doing this, for example, I have a variable group created over here. So I have three variables: environment, resource group, service plan. These are the three variables and the values which I have given over here. Now if I go back into my releases, let's take an example of this. If I edit this and if I want to use those commonly created variables inside my pipeline, the easiest way is go inside variable groups. There's an option to link. If you click on link, you can select, you can link it. Now if you just select the drop down, here we go. All those variables which we have created inside the library, it is part of my pipeline now. So this is I have added into one pipeline. Similarly, if I want to add it into some other pipeline, let's take an example of this. I can simply go in variable group and select it. You can you can even select based on stages. Okay. So if you have multiple stages inside your pipeline, you can even select based on stages. But for now, I'm just selecting it for release. Here we go. So it's been added into two pipelines. So this is the best way. So this will work only if you have a commonly used variables across pipelines. Okay, then only you can go ahead and use this option. There's a very important feature of variable groups which you will be using a lot. Variable groups can be even used to link secrets from an Azure Key Vault as variable. So this is very classic example. Okay, now if I go back, if you see this, I can link my Azure Key Vault directly. So the classic example is, suppose you have a database. You're deploying things into your database. Okay, so you'll be using SQL database passwords. So definitely you'll not put that password directly into your pipeline as a plain text. Again, if you're doing it, it's a security breach. Never do it. So what is the best way? You can create a key vault. You can put your password in the key vault, and you can directly link that particular key vault as a variable group. Okay, when you're doing it, so definitely that database password you'll be using for multiple other pipelines. That's a commonly used variable which we are talking about right now. So the easier, once you create and once you link, you can directly start adding your database variable, your database password variable inside your pipeline. And using a Azure Key Vault task, you can download that password from the Key Vault directly. So that is a classic example of using variable group. Okay, and this is a very important question on security. How do you secure passwords in pipeline or any sensitive information in pipelines, and how do you reference those into your pipelines? Okay, these are I can eventually make 5-6 questions on this part also. Okay, but these are the example. These are the questions which would be asked about security. Okay, remember that, guys. Okay, let's go move back. Okay, so again a scenario 11. Consider I have a multiple commonly used pipeline task. Okay, the question is different over here. we have commonly used pipeline tasks. How do I make sure those tasks are created and defined once and reused or referenced in multiple build or release pipelines whenever required? Okay, so in the previous question, we have commonly used variables. Now I have commonly used task. Okay, let's go back and see. Okay, so that can be achieved. Let's see how exactly we can achieve it. That can be achieved by using task groups. So basically, you're grouping one or more commonly used tasks in a task group. Okay, so what is the benefit of doing that? We can manage the task from a central location if there's a changes, and we can call or reference that task very easily. How exactly we can achieve it? Let's see that. So I have a task group created under pipelines. I have a task group created. So basically I'm building a .NET application using this task group, wherein I have a NuGet installer, NuGet restore, building the solution, then publishing the artifact. This is what this example task group is doing. How exactly this is created? Let's see first. Now let's go back to releases. We leave this. Let's take an example of this pipeline itself. Okay. Now how exactly this is, if you want to create a task group. So I have a task of, there are two tasks, like it's a ARM template. I don't know if it's a relevant scenario to give you. And this is a deployment template, what you have. So this is just how do we create a task group. This is not a relevant example, I think. So if you want to create a task group, just highlight both the task, whichever task you want to create, right click, there's an option to create a task group. Okay, you can give a name to this task, you can give a description, you can select the category, and you can select the variables, and you can give the default values of those variables. Okay, this is how you can create a task group. Let's go back to the previous task which was created, and this is how, once the task group is created, this is how it will reflect inside the task group section. Okay, if you want to manage, if you want to change anything, you can directly do it from here. And once you do it, it will replicate wherever you're using this particular task. Okay, and this particular task was created based out of this one. So this was a task which is, so that four tasks has been clubbed together as one single task over here, and which is doing this exact same thing which is mentioned inside the task group. And how do you reference those task group inside your the task which you have created? What is the name of the task? ASP.NET build. How do you reference? If you want to reference this inside a build, you can easily do it by creating a build or release. So let's create a build. Just select randomly. Okay, over here I just select empty job for now. So I have a task group with the name ASP.NET. So I'll just click on plus. I'll just look for it, ASP.NET. See this, ASP.NET created by DevOps Mela. This is something I have created. So if I want to reference those tasks directly, here we go. So 4 tasks, we earlier had 4 tasks. It's all clubbed together into one single task, and whenever you want to call it, it's very easy to call those tasks inside a build or a release pipeline. Okay, so this is all about task group. And one important thing about task groups are only available in a classic model. In YAML you cannot use task group, remember that. So that's it from
Hello all and welcome to my channel DevOps Mela. This is Rohit Singh and welcome to my Azure DevOps interview question series. And this is part 3. The first question is, how do we add custom fields in work item? Very interesting question. So there are 4 work item process what we have right now, that is Scrum, Agile, Basic and CMMI. So all those processes have some default tabs, some default work item. What if you want to add a new work item? Like in Agile you got user story, you want to add something new. Or inside user story you want to add some custom fields. That's quite a common scenario which you will come across. How exactly can we achieve the same in Azure DevOps? So this can be achieved through the inheritance process. So it's just one liner, guys. Let's go and see how exactly this is done. Okay, let me go back to my Azure DevOps. I'm already logged in right now, dev.azure.com, and let me look for an account. Let me take this account, this project, basically Azure DevOps Mela 3 project. And if you go in boards, so these are the user stories what I have. Just think of it that in your user story, like in your planning section, you want something, a date and time tab, like current release date or something like that, an additional field you want, or you want something over here in the description, like we have description, acceptance criteria, discussion, you want a new tab over here, or if you want a new tab within this section. Okay, so is it possible? So yes, this is definitely possible. Or just think of, you want to have altogether a new work item in this list. You want something like release, so whatever work item you can think of, some new work item over here. Is it possible? So yes, it's possible. How exactly we can do it? We cannot edit the existing process, the default process which is provided by Azure, but yes, we can definitely create a new one. How can we do that? Let's go on the organization settings. Under organization setting, there are something called boards. Inside board, there are process. In this process, these are the four processes what we have: basic, agile, scrum, and CMMI. Let's take an example that I want to add some additional field inside work item user story. Okay, so for that I can do one thing. I can go ahead and create a inherit. I can inherit the existing process into a new process. So let me name it as agile copy so that we know what exactly we are doing. So this is a copy of an agile process. Let's give a description. Let's copy paste the same thing. So basically I got a new process added which is a copy of my existing agile process. Now when I go inside this, if I want to add a new work item, I can simply click on it and I can add a new work item. Or if I want to go and edit the existing work item, like for an example user story, I can come down to user story. Let me refresh the screen first. Okay, I can come down to user story. You can see the user story layout now. What did I say? I want to add a new date and time tab, correct? Under planning. So let's go in planning, click on new field. You can add a new field from here or you can add a new field from here also. So click on new field. Let's name it as current release date or whatever name you want to give. It's totally up to you. What is the type you want? You want a different type, like you want date and time, correct? If you want to add something over here and put current release date, added. Now if you see, I got some current release date added. This is the additional things what we have added. Now how do I use it? How do I verify if this field is added? Can I go in an existing project and see if that particular field is visible now? Let's try that. Let's create a new work item with user story. No, I don't see that. This is because you need to create a new project under the new process what you have created. Then only the new field which you have added will be visible. How do we verify? Click a new one, name it as test. I'm creating a new project. Under advanced, if I go in the work item process, there is an additional tab, agile copy. So let's use this agile copy for now. Create a new process. So create a new project under the new process what we have defined. Perfect. Now if I go under boards, under new work item, user story, do you see current release date? And if I can go and select the date. Perfect. This is how you can customize work item fields. Okay guys, that was the question. That is through inheritance process. Perfect. Let's move on. Very interesting question. Work item user story, to be very specific, are not visible under the boards tab? Let's understand this question first. Let's go to the previous project again, because I don't have any work item to demonstrate in this project. Now if you go in the boards, if you see, I have applied a filter at the user story. Now if you see, how many user story do I have? I have around 5 user stories right now in the list. But the same, if I go in this boards section, which is very similar to Kanban board, I just see 2 user stories. Okay, I see 3 user story 340 and the user story 313. Rest other user stories are not visible, like 311, 301, 310. These are not visible. What possible is the reason why this is not visible? Let's go and look into it. The possible reason is, by default, only default area work items are visible under the boards tab. Now if you go and look into user story closely, the one which is not visible on the boards tab, we got area part defined. We got production, we got debugging, we got something called production over here also. And the 2 which is visible, it is created under project area path. That's a default area path. So what exactly is area path? And if you see, and since area path is defined for the given project, the given items are not visible. What exactly is area path? Area path allows you to group work items by team, product or feature area. This field allows you to define a hierarchy of path. Like you can segregate your work item, like your user story will be under production, user story would be different, your development user story would be different, your QA would be different. So this way you can segregate your work items with the help of area path. Now in this project, the area path is defined because of that reason the user stories are not visible under board section. But I still want to see those user stories. How exactly can we do that? For do that, we need to go and make some changes. Go into the project settings, come down under boards. Under boards there is an option of project configuration. Under project configuration, if you see, there is area. I have defined areas like under, this is the default area, Azure DevOps Mela -3 _3 is default. Under this I got multiple areas, sub areas created. So if you want to view user story which belongs to this sub areas, you have to go in team configuration, go to areas, and over here the default area which is set, change it to include sub areas as well. Okay. Now let's click OK. Now go back to your boards again. Perfect. Now I have included everything now, and everything is visible right now. All the sub areas, even the closed one, everything is visible right now. Okay. If I just remove this user story tab, so these are all my work items. Okay. This is how you can view if the user stories are not visible. Not just user story, guys, if even the features are not visible, story epics are not visible, this is just because of the sub areas. Okay, let's go to the next question. Very interesting one. How do we enable event driven notification in Azure DevOps and send them across as notification or other messaging apps? Very interesting. Let's understand this question again. Like suppose, let me give you a scenario. Suppose you have a build and release pipeline created and you want to send the build and release status update, like whether the build was successful, failed, stuck, such status update. If you want to send it across other messaging tools, messaging apps such as Slack, for example. How can we achieve that in Azure DevOps? Think of it. The possible answer is service hooks. What exactly service hooks will do? Service hooks let you run tasks on other services when event happens in your project in Azure DevOps. For example, you have a build pipeline, the build pipeline succeeded. So it's an event which has occurred and you want to send that completion message on Slack. So that can be achieved using service hooks. Service hooks works on publisher and subscription method. So publisher will define set of events, subscriber will subscribe to those events, and when the event occurs, the notification will be sent to that particular channel. Like in my case, I'm talking about Slack. But from Slack, if you want to take, after receiving that message, if you want to trigger some more actions, even that is possible. Now for doing this, guys, if I want to demonstrate this practically, so you guys need a Slack account for that. Slack account is free account, guys. You don't have to pay anything. Just go ahead and create a free Slack account. Once you create a free Slack account, you need to create a new workspace. Now if you see, I got a DevOps Mailer workspace created. Now if I go, when I click on this launch Slack, it will take me to this screen. Now these are my channels, guys. These are my channels. It's already created. For this demo, what I'll do, I'll create a new channel. Let me name this channel as Azure DevOps, to be very specific. DevOps. Okay, let's add this as a description. Make it private, it's up to you, or I'll just create a channel. Okay, so I got a Azure DevOps channel created. So basically all my notification will be sent in this channel. Okay, that is the first step. The other step is you need to create an app. Okay, basically you need to create an app and register it. So how do we create an app in Slack? So let's do Slack. Just look for Google Slack app registration or create, whatever you put. It will take you to this API link. Click on this. Make sure that you're logged in Slack before coming to this link. Now if you see this, I am automatically logged in, and this is an option from where I can go ahead and create a new app. Before I go and start creating a new app, I already have two apps created for Falco and Grafana for one of my tutorial, the live sessions for what I take. So similarly, I can go ahead and create a new app over here. But before that, let me go to my project. Let me go to project settings and let me introduce you to the service hook, how exactly you can create a service hooks. So click on service hooks. This is the place wherein you can create a service hook, create subscription. Now there are n number of service hooks you can create, guys. Like you can create a service hook for Jenkins, for example. You want to trigger a build at Jenkins, and once the build is successful, you want to send a notification on Azure DevOps, and you want to trigger something on Azure DevOps. Even that is possible. You can integrate Jenkins as well. Okay. Multiple Grafana, you can integrate Datadog. What are we looking for? We are looking for Slack. So this is the Slack. Okay. Support all events, post message to the channel. This is what we are looking for right now. Let's click next. Build, trigger on the type of event. What type of event you want to trigger? So what did I say? We can have build completed, code post. There are many n number of triggers which you can go and look for. For now, I just look for build completed. Any pipelines, any status, that is totally fine. But if you want to filter out with my pipeline, there are n number of pipeline which I have. Build status, succeeded, partially succeeded, failed, stop. You can select anyone. Let's go and hit next. So basically what exactly it is looking for? It is looking for Slack webhook URL. How do we create that URL? That is what I'll show you. Come back to the Slack registration page. Create new app from scratch. App name, let's name it as Azure-DevOps. Build status of if you want to write. Select a workspace. We have a workspace DevOps Mailer. Create app. Okay. So now if you come down, there are multiple, you can have incoming hooks, interactive component. There are multiple types you can select. I'm looking for incoming hooks. So what exactly it does? It will post messages from external source into Slack. That is what I'm looking for, correct? So I'll select this. I'll come down and activate incoming webhooks. So basically I'll just hit on. When it is on, if you come down, there is a URL which will be created once you click on webhook URL. If you want to test, just run this curl command and a message will be posted over here if you want to test. Okay, or else just click on add new webhook URL. select your channel name, Azure DevOps, click on allow. Come down, you will see a URL. Copy this URL, come back over here, click. If you want to test it, click on test. It will send a notification. Succeeded. Let's check if we have received the notification. Perfect. You see, I've received a notification with Azure DevOps build. This is the notification which we just received it. Okay, let's go back and click on finish. We have a service hook created. Now let's test it. How do I test it? I can simply go and run any of my pipeline. Let me look for some small pipeline this will take 40 seconds, so let me just run this. So this is basically my ARM my ASP.NET build pipeline, guys. So this is basically, this project is from my live session project. So all these pipelines are created when I took the live sessions. Okay guys, if you have not subscribed, if you're new, if you're viewing my channel for the very first time, please do subscribe and please give your valuable feedback, comments, and any new topic you want me to cover. Please put your thoughts in my comment, or you can even visit my website devopsmela.in, or you can even write to me at devopsmela@gmail, or you can follow me on Instagram. The name is very simple, devopsmela. Let's wait and watch. Let's wait and come back once this is done, guys. Thank you. Okay guys, if you see, my build was successful. Now let's go and verify on my Slack channel if I have received the notification or not. So yes, I have received the notification. Now if you see build succeeded, this is my build number. If you want to match, it's 2022-11-22.1. This is the build number, 2022-11-22.1. This is the notification what we have received. The notification is succeeded. Okay. It took duration 1 minute 28 seconds. Requested by DevOpsMela, build pipeline, Azure Web App _build _ classics. Even the naming convention is right. Okay. This is how we can send notification on event-based notification on Slack. This is one of the notification tool using service hooks. Perfect. Let's go into the next topic. Next question. How do we enforce policy to automatically include a group as a pull request approver? So if you are following my channel, in my previous part, we have seen this, like how do we add an individual person as a approver. Now the question is different over here. This time I'm not asking for individual person, I'm asking how do I add a group. So if I say I have a group of 10 people, any one or two people can go and approve my PR. Okay, so that is quite possible. How can we do it? We can do it by enabling branch policy and adding a group as an automatic approver. Okay, perfect. Let's go and see this in practical. Let's see if I have a group first. Okay, I do have a tester group and I do have a group called Azure DevOps Mailer team. I just have one user members in it, but if you want to add more, even that is okay. But let's go and check how do we enable policies. So under branches, this is the only branch. If I want to allow a group of people to approve something when there is a changes into my main branch, like suppose there is a pull request created between dev and main, and at that time I want to have a list of people to be added, a group to be added, so that they can go and approve my PR. So I can go and enable branching policies, and in this, if I come down, I can add required number of people as 2, and if I come down, automatically include reviewers. So let me create. Now in place of reviewers, what I can do, I can go and add a group. So if you have seen it, I have a tester group created. I can go and add a tester. Minimum number of reviewers, if you want, add 2, 3, whatever people. So 2 people minimum has to approve your PR. Now this is how you will be adding a group. Now a group is added. How do we test it? I just have one branch in this repository. I can do one thing, I can create one more branch quickly, but again will not have anything to pull because it's exact replica of main. So I can do one thing quickly, edit something. Let me add something into my quick scan.yaml. This is again a file which I use for my training. Let's remove this part, archive part. Okay, let me do a commit. So just basically I'm just making an additional change so that we have something to create a PR. So let's go and create a pull request, new pull request. Now I have one change in my Jenkins file. Let me go and create. Now if you see this, automatically a group is added, not individual person. Now I'm talking about a group, and I can go and still approve it because I'm part of that group. But if you remember, we have mentioned minimum two. So one of two approvals has approved it already. So this is how you can achieve this. Let me abandon this pipeline because we are not using it. Let's abandon this. Okay, perfect. Let's go to the next question, guys. Very interesting question. What is the difference between environments and deployment groups under pipeline? Now if I come down to my pipeline section, there is something called environments over here, and there is something called deployment groups over here. Now what exactly is this environments and deployment groups? Let's see that. A deployment group is a logical set of deployment target machines that have agent installed on each one. Let me tell you in a very layman term. Imagine you got dev environment. There are 5 dev environment: dev 1, dev 2, dev 3, dev 4 or dev 5. All these 5 VMs will be grouped together under dev, under a group named dev. Now when you're running a deployment, you will be deploying your changes on group dev. Eventually all your changes will be deployed on all the 5 servers. So this is how grouping is done in Azure DevOps. Deployment group represent the physical environment, as I said, VMs. For example, dev, test or production environment. Deployment groups are only available with classic release pipelines. It's not available with YAML based. Keep that in mind. Plus, if you have deployment group, there's no need of agent pool, additional agent pool, because if you see on each and every machine, we are installing agent on top of it. And on the other hand, environments represent a collection of resources such as namespaces within Kubernetes, Azure Web App, virtual machines, which can be targeted by deployments from a pipeline. In my personal opinion, the deployment group and environment have the same theory. Since deployment group is not supported by YAML, environment comes in such cases. Okay, the Kubernetes resources and the virtual machines resources are the only supported type right now in environments. All others are not supported, guys. Keep that in mind. Beside grouping of resources with environment, there are multiple other advantages, such as you can have deployment history. There are traceability of commits. It can even do diagnose resource health. You can even play around with permissions in environments. Okay, so these are the core difference of deployment groups and environment. Keep in mind, deployment group is only supported by classic, wherein an environments is only supported by YAML based pipelines. Okay, let's move on to the next question. What are the different types of deployment strategies in Azure DevOps? Again, a very interesting question. What are the different types of deployment strategy do we have in Azure DevOps? Let's go and look into. The first one is run once. Run once is nothing but this is the simplest deployment strategy. wherein all the lifecycle hooks such as pre-deploy step, your deploy stage, route traffic, post-route traffic are executed at least once. Now if you want to view the run once strategy example, I do have a pipeline based on run once. Let me go and show you that. Okay, this is the one wherein I have multi-stage deployment over here. If I go and edit this pipeline, and if I come down, this is a multi-stage deployment. Basically I got build stage and I got release stage over here. Now if you see in the release stage, there is a deployment. The job is deployment, and the strategy which I am using right now, it is run once, and the hook which I'm using, it's a deploy hook which I'm using right now. So what does this mean? At least this hooks will get executed at least once when I run this pipeline. Okay, that is one of the deployment strategy what we have. The other deployment strategy is the rolling deployment strategy. So a rolling deployment replaces instance of the previous version of an application with instance of the new version of the application on a fixed set of virtual machines in each iteration. So basically, if you have deployed previously version 1.0, now it will go and replace that with version 1.1 with the new changes. Okay, that is rolling strategy. And the third and not the least is the canary one. Canary deployment strategy is an advanced deployment strategy that helps mitigate the risk involved in rolling out new version of your application. By using this strategy, you can roll out changes to a small set of server first. Like suppose you have group of 10 servers, and if you want to deploy your changes on 2 of the VMs first, once post that you want to eventually go on 2 this if you want to take that approach, then canary is the best one, wherein it will deploy changes on first subsets, then you can go and test it. If it's all looking good, then you can eventually move on to the next set of servers. That is canary for you guys. So these are the 3 deployment strategies what we have in Azure DevOps. To be very precise, run once, rolling, canary. Let's move on to the next question. What is the maximum size of commits we can push in Azure repos, and how do we restrict the push size? This is very important, guys. You cannot allow anyone to push any given number of commits, a big chunk of commit in your repository. That will make your build process very slow. I'll tell you how. First, let's see the answer. What is the size of commit we can push in Azure repos? The answer is pushes are limited to 5 GB at a time. So you can push 5 GB at a time, you can push into Azure repos, and I will never recommend to push such a big chunk as a commit to your remote repository, because this will take a good amount of time. And if your repository is big, it has good number of files, it may eventually impact your build pipeline, because if you go and look into your build pipeline logs, while it does the initialization, it clones your existing repository on the agent. Even though there are ways to restrict that too, but that is something we are not talking in this topic. Okay, there are different ways to handle such cases, but the prerequisite is you should not allow such big pushes to your remote repository. Then how do we restrict? The other question is, how do we restrict? I can show you that by going into your project settings, go to your repository. Under repositories, let's take an example of this repository, Azure Web App. Go into policies, come down, there is an option of maximum file size. You can go and select. If you just want to allow 10 MB at a time, then you can go and select this. This is how you will be restricting your push size to your repository. Okay, let's go to the next question, guys. Can we recover recently deleted project in Azure DevOps? So the answer is yes. Yes, within the first 28 days from the deletion, a project can be recovered. Remember the date, first 28 days from the deletion. Post that, the project will be permanently deleted. One more condition, only an organization owner can restore a deleted project, or a person who is part of project collection administrative group. Only these peoples can recover your deleted project. How do we do it? Let's see the demo. If I go in the organization settings, I got a project. Let's go in project. So we just created this test project. Remember, I can go and delete this. Now if you see, as soon as I'm deleting, what exactly it's saying, you will have up to 28 days to recover this project. Okay. Now let's delete this project and let's see if we can recover. And FYI, I'm the owner of this particular organization, guys, and plus I'm added to the group also. Because I'm the owner, I'm automatically added. Now how do I recover? So when you go to projects, when you come down, do you see there's the option view recently deleted project? Go over here. This was the project which we deleted today. That's 11/22. Okay guys, this was the project which was deleted today. So if I want to recover, I can simply click over here and click on restore project. So everything will be restored. If you have any build pipeline, work items, everything will get restored. Okay. If I go to Azure DevOps now, see, this is my project which got restored. This is how you can go ahead and restore a deleted project. Okay guys, let's go back to the next question. Okay, very interesting one. Difference between Azure DevOps Services and Azure DevOps Server. Let me tell you, I take n number of interviews, guys, for my company, and this is a very simple, even though it looks like a very simple question, most of you folks gets confused what exactly is the difference. Now when I say what is the difference between Azure DevOps Services and Server, they talk about Azure repos, the services, pipelines, artifacts and all. No, that is absolutely wrong. Let's understand the difference between these two. The first is Azure DevOps Service. The first one is Azure DevOps Service. It's a cloud offering, guys. Okay, it provides scalable, reliable, and globally available hosted service backed by a 99.9% SLA provided by Azure. It is monitored 24/7 and available in local data center across the world. Similar to what you have Azure Cloud, AWS Cloud, is the same set of service. So you can access your organization, Azure DevOps organization, from anywhere in the world. This is a cloud offering. You just need a Microsoft account, sign in, and you are ready to start working on Azure DevOps. That is what Azure DevOps Service is all about. On the other hand, this is Azure DevOps Server. This is basically an on-prem offering by Azure built on SQL Server backend. Okay. Usually this is we choose this on-prem version when we need our data to stay within a network. So this is for those companies wherein they don't want their data to move outside their network, even to go on secure cloud, nowhere. They want their data on-prem. Everything should be inside their network. Nothing should go out. Okay. Or condition when we want to access the SQL Server reporting service that is tightly integrated with Azure DevOps Server data and tools. So if you want to integrate your SQL Server reporting service with Azure DevOps, then this is the right option for you. So these are the major differences. One is cloud offering, the second one is on-prem offering. That's it for me today, guys. That's it.
Hello all and welcome to my channel DevOps Mela. This is Rohit Singh and welcome to my series interview question with practical solution series. So based on your request, I have come up with the other part wherein I'll be covering Terraform scenario based interview questions. Okay. The first question is explain core Terraform end-to-end workflow to deploy and delete resources in cloud. Don't focus on Azure or AWS. It could be same for other cloud providers as well, GCP. The workflow will not change. So this workflow, it seems it's a very easy question, okay, but it's if you go for a DevOps interview and if they're asking Terraform related question, This is the first question, and 80 to 90% this is the question they will definitely ask. So how do we tackle such question? What exactly is the flow, and how do we talk about the flow in front of the interviewers? Let's see that. Okay, so if I'm talking about Terraform flow, I'm not talking about how you write the configuration. I'm talking about the exact step which you will take from writing the configuration, from initializing till applying the configuration, and later destroying it. Okay, so the very first step is about write. So in short, you're writing your configuration. So let's go back to my IDE. Okay, so this is IDE VS Code in which I already have a configuration written. So this is what I'm talking about, writing a configuration, wherein I have a Terraform provider, and I'll be deploying this on Azure RM, so Azure Cloud. So that is the reason I'm using Azure RM as my provider. Then I'm just creating a simple resource group inside a mod. Even I have a module, and using this module, it's an open source module. You can easily find it on Terraform Cloud, on the Terraform registry. So using this module, I'm just creating a simple resource group. So this is what I'm talking about, writing a configuration. The second thing is init, initializing working directory containing Terraform configuration files. So basically going ahead and initializing this working directory. Okay, so what happens, this provider file will get downloaded first in that working directory. So when I go ahead and do a initialize, a .terraform file will be created, a hidden file will be created, and in that there would be two files which will be added. Once this provider file, and plus I'm even using a module, even this module file will get downloaded. Okay, how exactly it is done, let me show you. Okay, I think I've already ran Terraform init, and if you see a .terraform file was created, let's go and look into that file. Okay, now if you see this, I have a module file and I have a provider information. So this is what happens when you run the command Terraform init. Okay, it will start initializing your directory. So it's already there, so it will not do it again for me. Okay, so now the next is validate. So by running this command Terraform validate, it will validate Terraform configuration file for synthetical and internal consistency. So synthetical is nothing but it will check for syntax. If there's any syntax error or things like that, that will go and fix those for you automatically. So that is what, or if there is any error, it will throw that error that there's a syntax error, and it will make sure that your configuration are consistent. Okay, that is what the validate will do. So simply you can do run the command Terraform validate. Okay, that is the third step which you can do. And the next command is Terraform plan. So plan is nothing but it's a preview changes before applying. So what exactly your configuration is gonna create on your cloud, and if you want to preview that beforehand, then this is the command which you will run, Terraform plan. So it's kind of a quick preview to check what exactly is getting created when I go and run the command Terraform apply. Okay, so this plan may take time. Let's wait and let's come back once the plan is ready. Okay, the plan is ready. We have the output. Now if you see, there are two resources which is getting created. Okay, now I have a resource with the name Azure CAF _ name.rg. This is what I'm creating right now. The name is DevOps project, and I have a second resource which is the resource group which I'm creating main _rg. Okay, so these are the two resources which is getting created. That is, we know. Now the next step is apply. So provision, apply is so whatever we have planned till now, if you want to apply those changes in Azure Cloud, then you run the command Terraform apply. So it will provision your infrastructure on cloud. Okay, So if I just go ahead and do it, Terraform apply. Okay, when I run this command, it will go and before executing it will ask for my approval whether I have to go ahead with this plan or not. And if you want to skip that part, you can just simply do auto approve. So it will not ask for any approval. It will go ahead and create that for you. Okay, approve spelling mistake. Okay, it may take time. Let's hold down and let's come back once my resource is created on Azure Cloud. Okay. Okay guys, so apply was successful. The resources are created. If you want to go ahead and check, this is my portal. I'll go ahead and click on resource group. Yeah, this was a resource which I was creating. So this was successfully created. This resource group was created successfully. Okay, let's come back. And later we can destroy. Destroy is basically it will go and delete the resources which you just created. Okay, so the command is terraform destroy. Okay, now again it will ask for approval. Again, if you use the flag auto approve, it will not ask for any approval. Okay, I'll not destroy it right now because there are further questions which I want to cover before destroying. So this is how the flow is. Starting from writing the configuration, initializing the folder, validating the syntax error, planning, apply, and destroy. This is how you answer when they ask for end-to-end workflow on Terraform. And there's one more command which you can see, Terraform format. This is basically helps you to rewrite Terraform configuration to a canonical format. Canonical format is nothing but the different set of rules, regulation, law what Terraform has set for writing the configuration. This is what it does. If you run the command Terraform format, if there's any formatting error, it will make sure it rewrites that configuration file for you. Okay, that's it from this question. Let's move on to another part, other scenario. Okay, so the other question is, we have existing Terraform infrastructure created in cloud. Again, whichever cloud it is, doesn't matter. Now, one particular resource needs to be recreated whenever we do the next apply. Okay, listen to this question very carefully. We already have an existing resource created in cloud. Okay, and one of the particular resource needs to be recreated. Why it needs to be recreated? It could be any XYZ reason. One of the scenario I can think of right now, think of as an EC2 instance, and one of the EC2 instance status is failing. So the status check is failing. Now you want to recreate that particular EC2 instance. So how exactly we can do it? Using Terraform. Okay, so this is a very genuine scenario. You may face this scenario. So let's see how exactly we can achieve that in Terraform. So that can be achieved using tainting. So in Terraform, we have a concept called taint, Terraform taint. This command informs Terraform that a particular object or resource has become degraded or damaged and needed to be replaced in the next apply. Okay, so when you taint a particular resource, okay, so the status of that particular resource gets changed in the TF state file. And when you run the apply for the next time, that particular resource gets recreated. How exactly that is done? Let's come back. This is the resource which we created last time. And if I want to view what all resources we have created in the state file, so there's a better way of viewing it. We can go ahead and check in the state file first. Let's go and do that first. This is the state file which was created. So we can see the resources over here, what resources were created and things like that. So we have Azure CAF which was created, and then we have a resource group which was created. These are the two resources what we have created the last time. So the better way to check is, just a sec. Okay, the better way to check is Terraform state list. So this will give you the list of resources which were created using the state file. So there are two two resources which were created. The first is Azure CAF and the second is the resource group which we created. Now if you want to taint this resource, so that when we do the next apply, this resource needs to be deleted and needs to be recreated again. Okay, so the simple way of tainting is just go ahead and write Terraform taint followed by the resource name. That's it. Now if you hit enter, has been marked as tainted. Now if I go and view the state file now, see the state file needs to be reloaded now because we tainted the particular resource. Now if I run the command, let's see what happens. Terraform apply will go and recreate. I don't want to do that for now. I'll just run simply plan, and plan will give an understanding what exactly it's getting recreated and things like that. So it's refreshing the state file. Let's see what happens. So basically it will tell you what is getting recreated and things like that. So let's wait while this plan is running. Okay, it's done. Now if you see this is getting replaced. This module is tainted and so must be replaced. So this is what I was saying. Okay. Now if I want to untaint, so I don't want this to taint this. Okay. So if I want to untaint, I can simply go and write the command Terraform untaint with the resource name. Now if I go back to my state file, the status might have been changed till now. Okay. This is what Terraform taint is all about. Okay. Now an important note, Terraform taint command is deprecated. Okay. So instead of Terraform taint, you can use the flag -replace. So this is how you can use Terraform apply -replace equals to the resource name. Okay, so you can get the resource name with the state list. Okay, that's it from this scenario. Let's go back to the third scenario. Explain or walk through step-by-step process to secure TF state file and by making it readily available for other developers within the team. So for now guys, if you have seen my folder, my TF state file is getting created right over here, right in this location. Okay, this is the state file which I'm creating. Okay, now this is if I'm a single developer, if I'm working all alone, then it's totally fine for me because I'm the only developer who is using the state file and things like that. This is totally fine for me. But what if you're working in a team and there are 10 other developers who are using the same infrastructure, using the same Terraform? So keeping it on local is not an option. So when I was taking interviews, someone said like we can keep it in a repository, Git repository. Okay, you can keep it. I'm not denying on that. But the problem is if you can keep this TF state file in a repository, it contains sensitive information such as database passwords. Okay, so for example, database passwords. So you cannot keep a state file in a repository which contains sensitive information. It's again a breach of security. Okay, so what is the next option? So the better way is for keeping the things in backend remotely. Backend is like you keep it in Azure storage account, you keep it in S3 and things like that. So what exactly backend is? Let's see that. So backends define where the Terraform state snapshot are stored. Okay, so let's go and see on Terraform website itself. I'll just call it for backend, Terraform backends. Okay, the first link. So backend defines where Terraform state snapshot are stored. Okay, now if you see there are multiple backends available. So in my case I'll be using Azure RM, but feel free to go and use S3. There are S3, there are Kubernetes, there are local, there are remote, there are etcd. Feel free to go ahead and use it. Now in Azure RM, this is a configuration which I have to use it. So this configuration will come inside Terraform block. Okay, so there's a backend. You have to give the resource name, you have to give the storage name, the container name, and the key. And this things needs to be created beforehand. Okay, now if I go back in my cloud, if you go in my storage account, I have a storage account created, DevOps Mailer, and I have a resource group created, DevOps Mailer RG, and even I have a container created, TF state container, right over here. Okay, so I have this in this all things created. The only thing is I need to put this command inside my Terraform block. So I do have that over here, so I'll just copy this, and not in this file, I'll go in some other file and I'll make that changes. So over here, alright, I do have a backend block inside it, so I don't need to copy. So if you see, I have a Terraform block, I have the provider. Inside the Terraform block, I have this backend block now. Then I have the provider. Then I am creating a simple resource of creating a resource. I'm creating a resource group over here now, my GRP. Okay, my group. So previously I showed you a different way of creating a resource group using a module, and this time I'm just creating a simple resource group. And the only difference is my TF state file will be stored in my storage account, not locally. That is a major difference. So let's go ahead and run that. Okay, it's in my 07 folder. Okay, now init is already done. If you see, I already have a .terraform file inside my folder. So that means I have already done the initialization. Not this. This is the folder which I'm looking for. Okay, I'll go ahead and just run the apply command over here, because init and things are already done. So when I do the apply, it will go ahead and create this resource group for me, and then later it will create a state file inside the storage account. Okay, let's wait while the apply is running, and let's come back when the apply is successful. Okay, guys, one important feature I wanted to talk about: acquiring state lock. This is the beauty of using storage account. So this state lock feature, so what exactly this means, if I go back, so this lease, it will lease this particular container. So suppose I am a developer, I am running the Terraform configuration, so this particular container will be leased by me. Okay, it's available right now because it's already done in the backend, but when I'm running, it will be leased. So no one in my team can do changes to this configuration. So by this, we are making sure my state file is not getting corrupted. Okay, so this feature is available in storage account. You can do the same thing in AWS also, but in AWS, for getting this lease feature, you have to use DynamoDB. It is not available with S3. Remember that. Even that's a interview question. Okay, coming back. So resource group name, storage name, container key. Key is something what state file name you want to give. Terraform.tf state, and over here given as dev. So this is the file which will be created. Let me see if it is created. Okay, my resource is created. Let's go inside. Okay, here we go. Dev.terraform.tf state. If you go inside it, go in edit. Now if you see this is the resource group has been created. Let's see, verify if it is created or not. Yeah, here we go. This is the resource group which is created. Great. Let's go back to the PPT and let's see what else. Okay, this is the sample for you, but you can easily go and find this on Terraform documentation. Scenario 4, explain the various type of meta arguments in Terraform and their benefits. So firstly, understand what exactly is meta argument. then what are the benefits? Why exactly are we using meta arguments? Okay, let's understand that. So meta arguments is nothing but it changes the default behavior of Terraform configuration. Okay, so it will, if you're applying meta argument, it will go ahead and change the default behavior of Terraform configuration. So what exactly do I mean by that? Let's understand that first. So there are 5 meta arguments, depends on, count, for each, provider, lifecycle. Okay, so depends on is nothing but, let's go and see it with an example. If we close this, okay, meta arguments. Okay, depends on. So depends on, by the name itself, you come to know that if you have this meta argument inside your resource block, so the meta argument comes inside a resource block or a module block, then it will change the behavior of that resource block. So what exactly I'm doing over here? Now I'm creating a resource over here, resource group, then I'm creating a storage account over here. Okay, now inside this storage account resource block, I have this depends on. So this storage account will not created before this resource group is created. So this storage account is directly dependent on this resource group. Frankly speaking, Terraform most of the times takes care of such systematic creation of resources. Terraform is very smart enough to create the resource group first, then to create the storage account. So this was not needed. This is just for example, I'm showing you that this is what depends on feature is all about. But if you want to see where exactly you can use it, so let's see this. I'm creating a virtual network. Where I'm creating a virtual network, I'm creating a subnet. Now I'm creating a public IP. So when I'm creating this public IP, I have a depends on meta argument. So this is dependent on my VNet and my subnet. So it will be only created, the public IP will be only created when the virtual network and the subnet is created. That makes sense. Okay. So again, it's an example of depends on. The second meta argument, it's count. Okay, so count, let's assume you want to create 10 virtual machine. So will you go and write those configuration for 10 virtual machine again? So it's very repetitive in nature, correct? You will not do it. So how do we tackle such things? So easily we can do it using count argument. So like suppose in this example, if you see, I'm creating a resource group, my RG. Okay, in this resource group, I've just given a meta argument 4 and I've given a name. How do I assign name? So I'm using indexing over here. Okay, and location East US. So when I run this is how the resource group will be created. That is what count, number of resources you want to create. The third is for each. For each is again a loop. If you want to loop, it has a key value pair. It's like looping. So now if you see this, I have a for each, I have a key value. This is a key, this is value, and I'm creating this again. I'm creating resource group, giving a name, each dot key. So this name will be printed over here for the very first, when the loop runs for the very first time. This is what will be printed, and this is what will be created. And in the location, this is what it will be printed. In the second time, this is when the iteration run, this is what it will happen. This is how it will happen. So this is what is key value. This is what for each does, looping. If you have something, a requirement to loop around, so this is how you can go ahead and do it. That is what for each does for you. Okay. The fourth meta argument is provider. We already know, we have seen the provider so many times now. Provider is nothing but which cloud platform you want to use, where exactly you want to deploy your resources, where you want to create your resources. So which provider plugins you want to use. So as of now, I'm using Azure RM, and this sorry, not that. So this is the provider block, my mistake. So this is where you're telling the Terraform that I want to use Azure Cloud Provider plugins. So this is where the provider blocks comes in. You can have multiple features added inside this provider block. Okay. Okay guys, so let's see the last meta argument, that's lifecycle. for viewing lifecycle, let's go on Google and look for Terraform meta arguments. And inside this, go in resources, meta argument, then you get lifecycle over here. Okay. So lifecycle, there are multiple syntax and you can use. So one of the argument I'm using is lifecycle create before destroy. What exactly this is used for? Let's understand that. Okay. So by default, what is the default nature of Terraform? It must update in place if there are some changes what they're doing, update in place. But Terraform will insist destroy the existing object. Okay, so if it's not able to update in place, then it will go and destroy that object and then create a new replacement object for you. So sometimes it may work, sometimes it may not work for you. So that is the place where you will apply lifecycle. So lifecycle, if you're applying a create underscore before destroy lifecycle, this is one of the meta argument. It will make sure that that particular resources is created first, then only it is destroyed. So you'll say why it is needed. If it's destroying and recreating, what is the issue of creating it first and destroying? Just think from the production perspective. There is a resource which is on which your production is dependent, and if you're deleting it, then for that particular time, that moment of time, your production is down. So create it first, replace it, then delete the resource. That is what lifecycle does for you. It may work for you, it may not work for you, depending upon the scenario. There are other parameters also, prevent, destroy, and things like that. Okay, go ahead and look on this page and see what more information you can get. Okay, now let's move on to the next question. And for the life cycle, I have an example over here. I'm creating a resource group, but I'm making sure the resource group is created. I'm using this particular meta argument, create underscore before destroy equal to true. It's boolean. Okay, true or false, you can do it. So this is my case, is an existing resource. So what it will do, it will create a new one for me, then it will go and delete. Okay, that is the typical behavior. Again, you will not use this meta argument for such a small resource group creation. There would be a different scenario wherein you will be using this meta argument. This is just an example which I'm giving right now, how to use it. Coming back, next question. Who creates the Terraform tf state .backup file and under which scenario it is created? Very important question. So if you guys have noticed, when you are working with Terraform, there is a file which gets created, Terraform tf state backup. This file is automatically created by Terraform when you run the command terraform destroy. So that is the reason I have not ran the command terraform destroy prior, which is I will go ahead and do it now. So what exactly this file is for? Okay, so this will help you to restore the infrastructure to the same state prior running the terraform destroy command. The state what it was before running the destroy command, it will take you back to that particular state. So this is something, again, a file gets created automatically by Terraform itself when you run the command terraform destroy. Let's go and see that. Okay, so where I am, so this is something we have created a resource over here. Now if I go and run the let's see the folder first. Okay, so this state file was created on my cloud, okay, inside this folder. So let's go back to the other command. Just give me one quick minute. Let's go back to the other folder wherein we have created a resource group using a module. Let's go back to that folder. Okay, let's go back to that folder. Let's see. So if you see this, I don't have a state file. Let's wait. If you see this, I have a state file over here. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's run the command terraform destroy. So it will go ahead and destroy my resource So there are a couple of resources which I've created using this configuration. So both the resources will be destroyed, and let's see what happens once the resources are destroyed. Let's come back in a bit, because this destroy may take around 30 to 40 seconds. So let's come back post that. Okay guys, so the resources were deleted. If you see, it was destroyed completely. So if I go and check on my portal, I'll not find those resources now. But my point is, let's go and see. Okay, here we go guys. So we have a terraform.tf backup file created. What exactly is there in that file? Let's go and see. So this was created just now. Okay, so it's very similar to what we saw in the state file previously. So this is what it is there. So it's a backup, a state file backup file gets created automatically. And if I go and view in the state file, it will have nothing inside it now. No resources, because it's deleted. So now in case you have done it wrongly, and if you want to restore it back to the same state, delete the state file, rename it to terraform.tf state, and run the command apply. So your resources will be created again. Okay, now this state file, the tf state.backup file gets created in case of taint. So when we run the command terraform taint, even in that case, because you're changing the state file, so a backup file gets created. So whenever you do a changes in the state file, you will find this backup file getting created automatically. Okay, so I think that's it from today. So do let me know in the comment box, how did you like the session, and if you want some more topics to be covered, some more.
Hello all, welcome to my channel DevOps Mela, and welcome to my new tutorial video on Terraform scenario based interview question with practical solution. So this is, let's see. So this is scenario 6. I already have till scenario 5. I already have questions in my interview playlist. Please go and look into it. Now the question over here is, Azure storage account was previously created manually. Now the resource needs to be brought under Terraform to manage and maintain. How do we achieve the same? Now the question is very simple, very straightforward. There is a resource which was created before manually. Now you want to bring that resource under Terraform management. Okay. In that case, I have given a name as Azure storage account. This is the resource. So what I'll do first, I'll go to my Azure cloud. This is my Azure cloud. I don't have any resource right now. So let's go and create a storage account basically. Let's go and create a storage account quickly. So this is something I'm doing it manually. Later I'll be managing the same resource using Terraform. So my resource group name DevOps Mela RG. Let's give a storage name DevOps Mela SA. I'll stick with East US. Performance standard, redundancy, I'll stick with LRS. Okay. Review and create once the review validation is done. Okay, so what could be the possible answer while this is getting created? What could be the possible answer? Let's go and see it on the PPT. So the possible solution is Terraform import. So what exactly is import? Terraform import supports bringing your existing infrastructure under Terraform management by importing the resource into the Terraform. So this is the possible solution for importing existing infrastructure under Terraform management. Now what will be the workflow you need to follow? The first is go and analyze the resource, whatever resource you want to import. You need to write matching config file. Okay, you need to write the matching config file. Once you have written that, you can run the command Terraform import. Command to import first the resource group, then the storage account. This is the same workflow you need to follow for other resources also, guys. The syntax for Terraform import is Terraform import. You need to have a Terraform block labels and resource ID. This is what the command syntax is. Let's go and see if my storage account is created. Perfect. So let's go and analyze your storage account. So this is your storage account. It got your resource group over here. The performance is standard. The replication type is LRS. The location is East US. Okay, so this is what you need to take care. So you need to have, when you're writing a Terraform config, you need to have a resource group created and you need to have a storage account created with all those properties. Now how do you create a, so this is, I have done my analysis. The first step is done. The first part is done. The second is you need to write the exact similar Terraform config file. Now I'll have to go back to my Visual Studio. I'll be using Visual Studio Code for writing this. I have a separate folder AZ storage account. In this I'll go and create storage.tf. So this is how a storage account, a Terraform file is created. Now in this I'll start adding all the required information to match my current storage account infrastructure. How do I do it? I'll not write everything from scratch, guys. I'll make use of Terraform documentation. I'll suggest everyone to use Terraform documentation when you're writing Terraform configuration. It's a very easy configuration, but still I want you to follow the official website to write any sort of configuration. Let's wait while the website is coming up. Okay guys, we are on the Terraform official registry website. So it's registry.terraform.io. In this I'll go to the provider section. So we are looking for Azure as a provider. The first thing I'll take it from here is the provider information. So the Terraform block, I'll copy and paste the exact thing in my config file. Okay, the only thing I'll change is I'll have a feature block added over here. Done. The next part is I need storage account information. So I'll just look for Azure storage. Account. So this is the one which I'm looking for. Now you got the exact code. I'll just need these codes to be copy pasted. So what all things is required? So if I come down, so wherever you see this required tag, these are the information is required. Rest all the optional things you can leave it. Just copy and paste all the required tags. Okay. So I'll go at the top. I'll just have this information and I'll paste it over here. Okay. Now I'll try to match this configuration with my existing infra. So first of all, the name of my resource group is DevOps Mela RG. I'll copy this name, come to my this is the naming I have to change. I'll make this also the same name. You can use whatever name you want. That's a local reference name. Location I'll stick with East US. That is the location we have. Now resource group name. So I'll just change this example over here, and the location also I'll change it. Now what is the name of your storage account? The name of my storage account is basically DevOps Mela SA. I'll change this name and also I'll keep this name as same for now. Standard is okay. Account replication is LRS. Tags, we have not given any tags, so there's no tags. So basically I'll take out this tags thing. Not required for now. Later you can add it. Now we have the configuration ready, exactly the same we want. So this is matching, currently it is matching the infrastructure which we had created manually. Okay, second part done. The third is we need to go and run Terraform import command. So this is the syntax which I have given, and you'll find the same syntax if you scroll down at the very bottom on this page to see this command, Terraform import, and this is what it is needed. Okay, now what I'll do, I'll just go and run this command Terraform import. I'll go to my Visual Studio itself. I'll open a terminal from top. I'll open new terminal. All my Terraform settings, easy login, all this is all done, guys. If you don't know how do you connect to your portal using Terraform, then please look into my previous videos. Okay. Now let's wait while the terminal is coming up. I'm just waiting for the terminal to come up. Yes, here we go. Where are we right now? So let's go to the folder az_storage. cd az underscore storage. Perfect. Okay, so we have the storage.tf file over here. The first thing I need to do is go and do Terraform init, okay, to download the provider, the required provider. So I'll just go and run the command Terraform init. So it will go and download the provider for me. And the second thing is we need to go and run the Terraform import command based on the syntax what we have. So let's wait while this init is happening. Okay guys, so the initialization was done successfully. You can see the Terraform provider was downloaded. Now we'll run the import command. So the syntax is Terraform import followed by the block label, that is this part, dot. I'm importing the resource group first. Resource group name followed by the resource ID. How do you get the resource ID? Go back to your portal, go back to your resource group, and over here if you go to properties, in the properties do you see the resource ID? Copy the resource ID and put it over here. That's it. 3 steps done. Let's try and import. Now when you try to import, what will happen? A state file gets created, okay, and it will try to import your existing infrastructure under Terraform management. Let's wait while the import is happening. Okay guys, so the resource group was successfully imported. Now if you see this, import successful, and this is a TF state file. Under this TF state file you can see your resource group. Okay, let's go to the second part quickly, wherein Terraform import, I'll be importing the storage account now. Okay, coming back, this is your block labels, and let's go and get the resource ID for your storage account. Okay, the resource ID is somewhere. Okay, do one thing, open this JSON view, and in the JSON view also you'll get the resource ID at the very top. Just copy this, even that is exactly the same. Let's go and import the storage account now. Let's wait and watch. Okay guys, even this import was successful right over here. Now if I go to the Terraform state file, now there are 2 resources. One is the resource group, the second is the storage account. So we have the exact TF state file created, okay, and if you see the mode, it is showing managed. How do we test it? Now what I can do, I can quickly go and run Terraform plan and see if any changes, if there's anything getting created or deleted. Okay, hopefully it should not. Terraform spelling mistake. Now let's see, by running the plan, if there's anything to be added, anything is getting deleted, this plan will give you that idea. Let's wait while the plan is getting executed. Okay guys, no changes. So after running the plan, no changes in infrastructure matches the configuration. So this is how you will be migrating your existing infrastructure which was created prior manually to under Terraform management. Now for all other resources, it's a similar flow what you need to follow. Analyze the resource, write a Terraform config, do a Terraform init, then run a Terraform import. Okay, now let's move on to the next scenario. Very interesting. There is a resource called Azure App Service, was created and managed by Terraform, but someone added few tags or made some minor changes manually on the portal. What will happen in such case? How will Terraform will react in such cases. Now imagine a scenario where there is a Terraform managed resource which was earlier created using Terraform. Later, from someone from the system admin team or cloud admin team added few tags or made some amendments to that particular resource. So what will happen when you run the Terraform plan or apply command later? How will Terraform react to such change? Okay, think of it before I give you the solution. I don't have this app service created, but I do have a config written already. So what I'll do, I'll go and run this and I'll create an app service first. Okay. Okay, all, I have my resource created. So I was creating an app service using my config file. Now if I go to the portal, I have the resource created. Now let's go back to the PPT and talk about the scenario again. So this is all about, there is a managed resource and someone added few tags or made some minor changes manually. Then how will my Terraform react? So let's see the answer. In the above case, Terraform will try and delete the tags or minor changes created manually. So basically Terraform will do update in place and it will try to remove those things. If you see this, these tags are getting removed over here. So let's see it in practical and see how do we handle such things. Now let me do one thing. Let me go to the app service basically and let me add a tag. Let's go and create a tag manually. Let's name it as cost center. Name it as development. Save it. Now this is a Terraform managed service. Now onto this managed service, what I did, I have added a tag manually. Now if I go and run the command plan again, Terraform plan, let's see what happens. Let's see what exactly Terraform will do in such case. Okay guys, as I said, update in place is happening right now after running the plan. So basically it will go and delete your tag. Okay, if I go and run the apply, it will go and remove whatever changes were made manually. Now if you want these changes to be in place, so what you need to do, you need to go and add the same inside the configuration file. Now how do I do it? Let's minimize this terminal for now. Okay. So the tag is added basically where? At the web app. Okay, so we can go, this is the web app, I can go and add a tags over here. So tags, it's basically key value pair. So it's cost center, correct? And what is the value? Development. Okay, make sure about the caps, don't put it upper or lower, it may differ. Now if I simply do Terraform plan again, let's see if anything happens. So Terraform plan will basically, what it will do, it will refresh your state first. So your local state and your desired state will get refreshed, and when both will start matching, it will not do anything basically. So let's see. Okay guys, if you see, after running the Terraform plan, after adding the tag to the config, we are getting a message, no changes. Okay, so basically what has exactly happened, your state file got updated and your state file has those tags now. So where exactly the state file is? The state file is not on local. The state file is there on my cloud inside my storage account. So I'm using a backend basically. So we have the state file right over here. In the tf state .terraform.state. Now if you go to the state file and if you go to the web app section, you will basically look for the tag. There's so many things. Let me do a control F and tag. only one tag. It's showing null over here. So the tag is not reflecting. How do I make sure that the tag is reflecting over here? So for doing that, you just need to do one simple command, Terraform refresh. So Terraform refresh will match your state files, guys. So even your state file will be updated after running this Terraform refresh command. It will match your current state and the desired state. And it will update your state file accordingly. Let's wait while the state file is getting updated. Okay guys, the refresh is done. Now let's go and look into my state file if the state file is updated. Okay, here we go. We have the tag cost center development. Okay, so that's it from this question. How Terraform will react? So Terraform will try to delete it. If you want those things to be part of your config, then you need to add it to your configuration. Then try and do a Terraform refresh. Once you do a refresh, your state file will get updated. Let's move on to the next question. Now the question is, recently migrated state file to Azure storage blob. Now basically what we are saying, we have a backend storage wherein we have backend location which is there created on Azure storage. So my state file is stored in my backend. Now post Terraform configuration change, I don't see any TF state backup file getting created locally or remotely. Very interesting. The question is, I have migrated from my local to my cloud storage wherein I'm storing my state file now, but now post that if I'm making any configuration change, I don't see any backup file getting created, which used to happen previously. Now guys, try and understand this. This TF state backup file gets created when the state files are stored locally. So this is the behavior of Terraform. When you're storing your state file locally, it's create a backup version. Whenever there's a change in your state file, it's create a backup version, one backup version for you. So like suppose you have updated something, so -1 version will be stored in the TF state -backup file. Now that backup file is basically used to, if you want to go back to the previous state, then you can use the backup file. But when you start storing things into your backend that is on cloud, this TF state backup concept is not there. Now in such cases, what you have to do, you have to, to store the backup files while storing Azure blob, you need to enable versioning. So you need to enable versioning, and which will make sure that the different versions of TF state file is getting created whenever you make any amendments to your configuration. How do you, so in my case, I'm using a backend as Azure storage. So let me show you the config first. So I'll take an example of same app service basically. So if you go and see my app service, I do have a backend block over here. So my state file is getting stored in my storage account. So this is something I've already seen it in my previous question. So I have my state file over here. Now if you see the state file, there's no version or backup, anything as such getting created over here. So what we need to do, and if you go to your version section, there's no version and anything getting created. Now there's no backup, no version. How do I make sure there is a proper backup created whenever we are making changes to your Terraform configuration? Because state file is very important. So in Azure, what you need to do, so that's not a feature of Terraform, that's a storage account feature, which you can do one thing, you can go and enable versioning. So that comes under data management, under data protection. In data protection, there is an option called tracking. Under tracking, there's an option called enable versioning. Now what will happen? It will start creating different versions as soon as you start making changes to your Terraform config. Okay, how will I test this? So I can do one thing, I can add one more tag, environment, for example, dev. Okay, so this is a new tag which I've added. So I'll try and make changes to my config. I'll run a apply directly. With an auto approve flag. So what exactly I'm doing, I'm making changes to my state file. I made some changes to my config and I made changes to my state file. Now this state file will go and get updated. What I am looking for now, that I should have a version of my state file created whenever there is a new change. So let's wait and see if the new version is getting created. And about the backup, guys, this is my scenario 6 question. So this is basically, if you see this is how the backup file looks like. So in my scenario 6, I was creating my resources locally, and I was I was not storing my state file in any backend, cloud backend. I was storing my state file locally. This is my state file, and this is how the backend looks like. Just for example, this is how the backend looks like. This was a previous one when we created the resource group when we were importing, and this is the latest one when we have imported the storage account also. Just an FYI. Okay, let's go back and see this. Is it done? It's still happening. It's adding this environment. Okay, let's wait while the changes are happening. Okay guys, so my apply was successful. Let's go and see if we have the updated state file. Let me refresh this portal. Okay, if I go inside this state file, and if I click on versions now, you see the versions got created. As soon as we made the changes, we have the versions created. Now I can switch to any version any given point of time. Okay, I can delete any version. If I want to make this as my current version, I can do it. This is all a feature of storage account, not Terraform. So this is how you will be taking backups of your state file when you are storing your state file to some cloud backend. Okay, so that is what the question was all about. So how do you take backup of your state files? So storage account, data management, tracking, enable, versioning. Let's go to the next question. Now this is the question. Assume Terraform configuration files are deleted and I am just left with an updated state file. How do we recover the configuration using TF state file if it's possible? Very interesting, guys. Let's go back to Visual Studio. Just imagine, I'll take an example of this storage account. Just imagine I have this storage.tf config got deleted somehow. So this is the question I got in my comment section. Now the first thing is it should not be deleted, guys. You should have a proper, make use of Git repository, have proper versions created of your configuration. But let's assume that it got deleted. Now how do I go and get this thing up again? Now in that case there are multiple ways. First, analyze your state file. So basically you go through your state file, look into your state file, see what all resources are created, what are the names. Okay, along with it, go and recreate the configuration file from scratch. One way. Second way, follow the Terraform import workflow. So scenario 6, wherein we have imported the resources, consider that resource as a manual resource. Suppose imagine it was created manually. Delete your state file and follow this Terraform import workflow and rewrite everything from scratch. So this is, and bring it under Terraform management. The best way is analyze the state file, rewrite the configuration accordingly. So whichever you want to follow, but make sure you should not fall for such Terraform configuration file getting deleted. Always, whenever you're writing any configuration, make sure you're making use of Git repository, a repository management tool for creating multiple versions of your config files and storing your config files in a remote repository. That is what recommended. Okay, let's move on to the next question. What is Terraform Workspace and how it is beneficial in day out jobs? Very interesting. So Workspace in Terraform are simply independently managed date files. A workspace contains everything that Terraform needs to manage, given a collection of infrastructure and separate workspace function like separate working directory for you. So in a very short, in a simple term, when there is a workspace, it's like creating multiple partitions for your state file. Now this is the diagram which I took from medium.com from Ashish Patil. It's very well defined. The diagram explains we are the Terraform developers. We have written this Terraform configuration. We have different set of configuration. Now what's happening in my current state? If I go and run this configuration, everything gets created in my default namespace, in my default workspace, not namespace, and I'll have a standard state file created. Now my requirement is I need to use the same configuration into different environment. I have a dev environment, I'll have a stage environment, and I'll have a production environment. So all these environments will have its specific state files, correct? I want a specific state file for all these environments, but I don't want to make any amendments or changes inside my config. So in such cases, always use workspace, where workspace will give you a separate dedicated partition. That partition will have its own state file, and by using the same config and a different state file, you can manage and create your environment. How exactly this works? Let's go back to your command line. Now if you do simply Terraform workspace help, then you get all the list of command what your workspace supports. Now currently I am into a default workspace. Now if you want to list, so there is a command called list. This list, what it will do, it will show you all your workspaces. So I am into default workspace, as I said. Now if you want to create a new workspace, for example for development, as per the diagram which I showed you just now, it is Terraform workspace, new, and then development, for example. Okay, there's a typo, guys. So what will happen? A development workspace will be created. Let's wait while it is getting created. Okay, now if you see, created and switched. So I am into development workspace. Like if I do a list, you can see I am into development workspace. See, now what will happen over here? Now if I go and make any changes to, if I run this command again, if I make any changes, I'll have a dedicated TF state file created for my development workspace. Same thing goes if I have a production, I'll have a dedicated TF file created for my production. So this way, using the same config, you will have a dedicated space for different set of environments. So this is what workspace provides. Workspace in Terraform are simply independently managed state files. Okay guys, that's it from this Terraform scenario based interview question.
Started. Now Ansible is a very important tool in DevOps, so understanding concepts of Ansible is very important. Hence you can be assured that if you're giving a DevOps interview, you'll definitely get questions out of Ansible. Okay, so let's see what do we have in Ansible. So the first question is, explain scenarios when to use either Ansible playbook or ad hoc. Very straightforward question, guys. It's basically asking to explain scenarios when to use ad hoc commands and when to use the Ansible playbook. Ad hoc commands, if you ask me, it is mainly used to automate single task and on one or more managed nodes. Okay, ad hoc commands are quick and easy, but the disadvantage of using ad hoc command, it is not reusable. Like suppose I do have an Ansible server setup right now. Now these are my ad hoc commands. For example, I'm trying to run ping on all my target machines. So I do have a target machine set up right now.
So this is an ad hoc command. So it's easy, quick, based on request. I went ahead and ran the ad hoc command. But it cannot be reusable. The reason is the command which I've executed, as soon as I close this terminal, the command is gone. Okay, so ad hoc commands are great for tasks, but you cannot repeat. So the use case of ad hoc command, checking if the servers are up. Okay, the other use case, it can be very handy rebooting server if you want to reboot a list of servers quickly. If you want to copy some files, this is one-time activity I'm talking about. If you want to manage some packages, so ad hoc command is something you can definitely vouch for. On the other side, playbooks offer repetitive, simple configuration management, and it can manage multi-machines at a time. So it provides you repetitive, simple configuration, reusable. So anything if you're reusing very frequently, for example, you are restarting some web servers on your target machine, copying config files very frequently on list of servers, then playbook is something you can definitely go for. Playbook, the use case for playbook, it can orchestrate plays. So basically it can orchestrate all those tasks on multiple machines at any given point of time. Now what do I mean by that? A simple example of playbook, I got two list of hosts. I got a list of web servers over here. On this web server we are installing HTTPD latest and we are copying some config. And if you come down to the second place, so this is my multiple plays what we have over here in this YAML file in this playbook. In the second play I got a database group wherein I'm installing PostgreSQL and we are starting the PostgreSQL service. So inside the play I got multiple plays and we are targeting multiple servers from here. Okay, this is what playbook does. Playbook offers a repeatable, reusable, simple configuration management and multi-machine deployment system, well suited for deploying complex application. Okay, so we'll see more about playbook in the coming slides, but for now this is what playbook is all about. So if you are using any task which is non-repetitive, ad hoc, you can definitely go and use ad hoc commands. But if you want to achieve something which is repetitive in nature, which is complex in nature, then definitely playbook. Okay, let's move on to the second question. Now, what are the various ways to verify playbook prior execution? Great. Now imagine I'm writing a playbook. Let me quickly go and grab some playbook content. Let's go to the server. Okay, imagine I'm writing a HTTPD playbook. Okay, now before I execute this playbook, very simple playbook, I'm just installing Apache 2 and then I'm copying some config file, that index.html file, to my target servers, and then I'm starting the Apache service. That's it. That is what I'm doing right now in this playbook. Okay, now the question is, let's go to the slide again. What are the various ways to verify playbooks prior execution? So if I talk about the ways, the Ansible playbook command offers several options for verification. In Ansible, there are several flags using which you can verify your playbook. Few of them is mentioned over here, like if you see check flag. So basically what it does, it will not make any changes. Instead, it try to predict some changes that may occur. So it's kind of a free run. Nothing will get executed, but it will give you an idea what exactly will happen if you try to execute that playbook. Then you have some diff flag. So basically it shows difference between files. Okay, then you got list host. So if you do a list, what will happen, it will output a list of matching host. Syntax check, perform a syntax check on playbook, but do not execute it. So these are some flags which you can use with Ansible playbook prior running your playbook. So if you want to check it quickly, let's come back and let's run this playbook, Ansible playbook, and let me use the check flag followed by the playbook. So if you see, the execution is happening. So nothing is getting deployed on my target machine right now. No changes is happening on my target machine. It's just a dummy run which is happening. Now if you see with the dummy run, this particular task has some issue. Okay, the error was if you using a module and expect the file to exist on the remote. So basically the file which I'm trying to copy, the file does not exist. Index.html file I have not created, guys. Okay, now this check flag is finding that for me. Nothing got executed, nothing got changed. Now if you see, it's showing change but nothing. If you go and look onto my target machine, nothing was deployed. So check flag, it doesn't make any changes. Instead, try to predict some of the changes that may occur. Now this was a classic example of how we can do a pre-check before executing your playbook. Okay, now these are some flags, but if you want to use tools for doing such validation and testing your playbook, so we got tools available. One of the tool is Ansible lint, a highly configurable linter for Ansible playbook. You can also use Ansible review, an extension for Ansible lint designed for code review. You can use molecule. There's one more tool called YAML lint. Okay, so these are additional tools which you can use it for verifying your playbook before you execute it. So Ansible lint is very common across all the IDE tools. So like Visual Studio Code, if you're writing playbook using Visual Studio Code, you can get this lint integrated over there, and it will when you're saving or making changes to your playbook, automatically it will do the linting in the background and give you all the warnings. Now in my case, I do have Ansible lint installed, okay, on my machine. So if you want to check how Ansible lint works, so basically I'll just do Ansible lint followed by the playbook which we have created. Now it will give you all the warnings. So I'm getting a warning right now, 301 warning. Command should not change things if nothing needs doing. So that's a warning. So basically it's update OS command which is running over there. So that is the reason Ansible is giving me this warning. Okay. Similarly, if there's any error or anything such, Ansible lint will throw those errors. Okay. So this is what Ansible lint can do, guys. So whenever you get questions, what are the various ways to verify playbook? Firstly, stick with the flags what we have in playbooks. Secondly, you can use these third-party tools like YAML lint and molecule. Okay. To the next question. The question is how to continue Ansible playbook task even if some of the task fails. Classic example we have right now. So in my previous question, we tried running this check, and in this check, this was the task which was failing. And because this task failed, the other task did not execute. Okay. In reality, I want, even though if this task is failing, I want all my tasks to get executed. That is what the question is. So let me show you this playbook one more time. Okay, so my update OS task was successfully getting executed. Apache installation was getting executed. Only this copy task, just because this index.html file was not available, it was failing. And because it was failing, the other task was not getting executed. Now, how do we achieve it? Even though if it fails, imagine this is failing on all my servers, I still want my Apache start service to get executed. So that is what the question is. Let's go to PPT. How do we achieve it? We can easily achieve it by adding ignore_error keyword to continue despite the failure. So this is the keyword which we can use. Even though the task fails, if you have this keyword added into your task, it will let your other task to execute. So by default, Ansible stops executing task on a host when a task fails on that host. So let's go and add this ignore error.
ignore underscore error underscore true. Okay, looks good. Let me do some indentation. Perfect, looking good. I'm back and let's run this play. Okay, let's run it in reality now. No checks. Okay, so if you see, I'm running the playbook right now. So basically my target machine I've set as my local host itself just for testing. I can have all the list of my target machine added to my inventory file, guys. But this is just for video. I've created this single machine where I am running Ansible and I'm doing the execution on the same machine. Okay, now if you see, Apache installed, gathering facts, updating OS done, changed, and this particular thing failed. But if you see ignoring, and I have the Apache service start. This is what ignore underscore errors will do. If you think this particular task may fail in some of the machine, go and add this keyword. It will ignore it and it will not let your other task execution fail. Similarly, like ignore underscore error, you got something ignore underscore unreachable. Suppose there are n number of target machine, there could be a great chance that some of the target machine might fail because the host is unreachable, because the required port is not open, could be any XYZ reason. So with this ignore unreachable, you can make sure the task is not failing. Okay, so we can ignore task failure due to host instance being unreachable. Again, one more question: how to make sure your task is getting executed even if you have all these errors on your way. Okay, makes sense, guys. Now if you want to verify if my Apache was installed or not, it's definitely installed. I can simply, because I'm running it on my local host, so I'll just do it systemctl status Apache. You can see the Apache is running. Perfect. Let's go back to my slide and let's look into the other question. Explain ways to run same Ansible playbook on distinctive nodes with different ports and username. Good. So I want to execute my playbook, understand the scenario. I want to execute my playbook, but the target machine on which I want to execute, it's not the default port 22, that is the SSH default port. Maybe it's using something else, 2200, imagine. And the username is not the default root user or some other user. I want to use a different user over here. So what should we do? Okay, let's see. So these are some inventory parameters. Okay, if you want to achieve something like this, Ansible underscore port. So we can mention this port number if it is distinctive. So if it's a default port, automatically Ansible run it on 22. But if you're using anything apart from 22, then you need to mention that in the inventory file. And you need to mention the username also, and this Ansible underscore user. These are two parameters which you can define for that particular group of machines, or if it's an individual machine, then one machine, and you need to have these parameters defined for those machines. Okay, how exactly this is done? So I'll have one more VM setup. So give me a minute. Let's set up that VM and let's change the SSH setting on it. Okay, so I'll just pause the video, I'll set up the machine, I'll come back. We have the server setup. So I got one more VM setup done. So let's go and update the inventory file first. Okay, let's come back and update your inventory file. So let me take the public IP.
Okay, so we have the public IP, Ansible user. So we're using a different user this time. Ansible test user. Ansible, let me pass in the Ansible password as well. So okay, and what was the question? Let me see. Okay, so we need to have a different port as well. So let's come back. Ansible ports. If it's a default 22 port, guys, you don't need to mention this. But if you're not using the default one, in my case, for the other machine, I'm not using the default port. So this is how you'll be mentioning. I got a different user and I got a different port number over here. Okay. Now, if you guys are wondering that I'm using a plain text password in my inventory file, so this is just for this video. This is not the right way to pass in the password. And for Ansible, the recommended approach is using keys, public and private keys. Okay, that is how you will connect to your target machine. But later in this video, I'll show you how to avoid displaying your password like this if you're using a password based authentication. But the right way, if you ask me, it's always using the key pair to authenticate your target machine. This is not the right way from the security perspective. Okay, so just to tackle this question, how do we run a playbook on distinctive nodes and with distinctive username? So we got the different username over here and I got a port number 2200. Now let's see if it works. So I can run the ad hoc command to test it. Ansible all -m and I can do a quick ping. So if we are able to do a ping, that means we can do everything. So if you see this, I'm getting a response, successful response. Okay, so this is how this can be achieved. You can use inventory parameters, and using these inventory parameters, you can achieve running your Ansible playbook or an Ansible ad hoc command onto a different port altogether. Okay, let's move on. Explain the importance of role and create a role to install Apache web server on your target host. So the question is, it is asking you to explain why do we use roles, okay, and create a Apache web server on your target host using these roles, Ansible role. So let's see. So role enable us to reuse and share your Ansible code efficiently. Role primary mechanism for breaking a playbook into multiple files. It basically simplifies your complex playbook and make them easier to use. So role can help you organize your playbooks. It can help you share your playbook. It can help you reuse your playbook. So eventually when you start working with Ansible, the first thing you do is when you get familiar with playbooks, you will find out the playbooks are getting complicated. Once you start working on very complex playbook, there are a number of playbooks which you need to create. Maintaining, updating, sharing, reusing the playbook becomes a complex task. In such scenario, Ansible roles comes in picture. Now, if you see this diagram, this picture over here, this is what Ansible role is. It's basically breaks your playbook into multiple fields. Like if you see, we got roles defined over here, we got default. This is where all your default values, variable values come in. You can have all your static file contain inside it. This is a special handler. It's a special type of trigger. You will find it in Ansible. All your metadata information will come over here. All your tasks basically will come right over here in this main.yaml file, and so forth. So basically role, what exactly it does, it will break your complex playbook and make it more readable, more usable, more shareable. Now that is what role is all about. And how do we install So this is the other question was to install Apache web server on your target host. So basically it is asking you to create your own custom role which will be installing Apache. How do we create a custom role? Let's go back and see. Okay. Now Ansible role, basically we use a tool called Ansible Galaxy, using which we manage and work with Ansible role. So Ansible Galaxy comes pre-installed when you use Ansible, when you set up Ansible on your system. So I do have Ansible Galaxy installed. So in order to create my own role, the command is Ansible init, and I can give it a Apache role. The role name is Apache role. So if you see, Apache role was successfully created. Now this role is completely blank, guys. If you go and look into this, let me go inside. Okay, so these are all the fields. Let me install one tool. Install tree. Okay, now we can have a visibility. This is how. So it's completely blank right now. We have nothing in it. But what I can do, I'll start filling up the information. So the main file is task main.yaml file, where all your tasks related to your file will come in. So this is the place. What I'll do, I'll copy my task first. Let me go back. Let me open this Apache 2.yaml. Okay. Let me copy my task. Okay. Not this task. I'll use variables also. So let me use something else. Give me one quick minute. Okay. Let me exit out. Go to my role. Okay, so the only thing you have to do is copy your task and simply come and paste it over here. Now if you see this, I got all my task added over here. I got my update OS Apache. Now this is Jinja 2 templating, guys. I'll be defining this variable into a different file right now. And then I got my copy index.html, which I'll go and create now while I'm running this role. And then we got this Apache start service. So it's the same thing. Okay. So this comes under task. Okay. This is done. Now where do I define my variable? There are multiple places where I can define variables over here. Okay. I can have in my default section, this gets the lower precedence. Okay. But the right way to define a variable will be in the variable section. Okay. So I'll go into that file, where's .main.yaml, and let's come back. I'll just have app and the variable name Apache 2. Okay. So what exactly we did? We have created a role. We initialized a role. I have updated my task field with all the tasks, and I got my variables defined in my variables. So this is how you'll be breaking your playbook into multiple files, making it more readable. Now, if I want to use this role, what I have to do? I have to go back and create one playbook. Let's come outside this playbook. Now let's create a playbook. Let's name it as Apache role.yaml, and let's define the host. So I'll want to run it on all my host machine. So I got a couple of host machine now. Let me give root privilege true, and then let's use the roles. This is how you'll be defining using the roles. What is the name of my role? Apache -role, correct? Now it will go and fetch the role for me. Now this is the only thing. All the information regarding my playbook is defined inside the role. This is how I'll be calling my role using a playbook. And now I can go and run it. So Ansible playbook followed by Apache -role.yaml. Okay. No, I have not created the index file, so that part will start failing again. So let me have echo welcome to Ansible, and let's have an index file created. Okay, I do have an index file now. Okay, let's run the playbook. Ansible play Apache role.yaml. Perfect. Now if you see this, the execution is happening. I was able to connect to both the machines. It's updating OS on both the machines. Post that, it will start the installation, Apache installation, and then it will copy my index.html file there. Okay, let's wait and see if things are looking good. I'll pause it over here. I'll come back once the setup is done. Okay, so the playbook execution using a role was executed successfully. If you see on both the machine, the changes were done. Now, how do we verify? Let me copy paste the public IP of my other machine and let's see if I'm getting an output. Welcome to Ansible. So we have successfully deployed our Apache web server and we have successfully copied an index.html file, a custom file. Perfect, looks good. This is what we wanted. Ansible roles, that's for you. Okay, let's move on. Okay, how do we trigger the web server service restart task whenever there's a configuration change in the web server, or else skip the restart task? Okay, there's a question over here. Understand this question. So there is a specific task which I want to trigger if something else happens. The scenario over here is, let's go back to the console, the terminal, sorry. Now let's go back inside so I'll make use of role over here, Apache role. Okay, and let me show you task.main.yaml. So the question is, whenever there is a change in the configuration, okay, then only this restart service should run. So I'll just change this to restart it. Okay, so understand this scenario, guys. Okay, when my playbook gets executed, everything runs from top to bottom. Now whenever there's a change inside this config, whenever there's a config change detected by Ansible, then only this restart service should get triggered, or else it should not get triggered. As simple as that. How can we handle it? This is the scenario. How do we handle something like this? So this is a trigger which I'm trying to handle. How do we handle that? We can use Ansible roles handlers option for achieving the above use case. So handlers is something we can use if you want to have anything as such to be achieved. Okay, so let me just take this section out from here. Let me delete this. Okay, now this part I'll go and add inside my handlers. So VM handlers main.yaml file. So I will have this task added inside my handler file. Let's go back. Let's paste it over here. Okay, and let's imagine I'm naming it as restart. The state is restarted. Okay, I'm copying this name at Apache service start. Now I have this file added under the handlers. Now how my main file will let know that this particular task needs to be executed whenever there's a change in config. So that notification is possible. Let's go in task main.yaml. That notification is only possible if you have something like this added. Notify followed by the exact same name what you have copied. So notify when your playbook will get executed whenever there's a change in config at the first place. It will see this is a notify. There's a notification up there in this task, so it will check if there is a change in config file. If there is no change in config file, the restart task will simply get skipped. And if there is a change in the notification config file, the Apache restart service will get executed. Okay, how exactly it works? Let's see this. I made the changes. Let's go back, and we do have a playbook created already. So let's run that. Ansible playbook. I'm not making any changes. Sorry, making any changes into my config file for now. Apache role.yaml. Okay, let's run this. Let's see if my restart task gets executed or not. Okay, now if you see this, the copy file, there was no change. Do you see the restart service getting executed? The restart task getting executed? The answer is no. Let's go and make changes to the index file. Let's have trigger from handlers, something like this. I'm just adding some random strings, okay, into my index.html file. Perfect. Now there's a change inside my index.html file. Let's go and run this. Perfect. Now do you see running handler? There was a change in my config file, and that particular task has notified to Ansible that there is a change in the config file. Hence the trigger what we have set inside the handler, it got executed. That is what the question was. Basically the question was all about triggers. How do we trigger the web service restart using Ansible role handlers? Perfect. Move on. How do we handle sensitive information like keys and password in Ansible? Now this is how do we handle sensitive information, guys? Now we can do that using Ansible Vault. Okay, now you guys might have noticed I was using plain text. That was on purpose, guys. I would have easily used key pair and I would have connected to my host machine, but I just wanted to cover this Ansible Vault topic. That is the reason I was using it. Now, okay, why do we use Ansible Vault? So with Ansible Vault service, it allows user to encrypt sensitive data such as password, API keys, and other confidential information. Ansible uses symmetric encryption to encrypt files and their content. So Ansible Vault is also an Ansible service. Okay, so we can make use of this vault. Now again, you don't need to do any separate installation for Ansible for using Ansible Vault. It comes predefined. When you set up Ansible, you get Ansible Playbook, Ansible Vault, Ansible Galaxy, everything is there. Okay, you just need to go and execute those service. Now how do we work with Vault? Very simple, guys. Let me show you some example of Vault before we go and execute the complete. Let me show you how to encrypt and decrypt using Ansible Vault. Okay, suppose you want to encrypt any data. So it's Ansible vault create. Let's create a file called creds.yaml. Okay, and this, so whenever you create a vault for the first time, it will prompt you for the password. Put in any password. I'll just put 1234 1234, and I can put my data over here. So let's have password something like this. Okay, so let's imagine I'm putting my password over here, 1234. As if now, if you see, it's a simple YAML file which I have created, but if you do a cat now, it is encrypted with Ansible Vault AES 256. So this is your password got encrypted. Now similarly, if you want to view your password, you can simply do Ansible Vault view followed by cred.yaml. Just put in your password again. You can view what exactly you have it in the file. This is how Ansible Vault works. If you want to decrypt, going back to plain text, creds.yaml, put in your password, and you can now do a cat. It's a plain text, back to plain text. This is how Ansible Vault works. Let me do one thing. Let me copy my inventory file and let's encrypt the complete inventory file itself. Let's do a copy. etc Ansible host. Let's copy it into my current directory. So I have my host file right now. If you want to view what exactly it is, this is how it looks like. Now let's, using Ansible Vault, let's encrypt host. Put in your password. This is a new file, so you can put new passwords over here. Now if you go and look into this, my complete inventory file is encrypted. Neither my host name is visible, neither my password is visible. Now let me run my playbooks using this inventory file. So my complete inventory file itself is encrypted. Okay, now how do we use it? So you can do Ansible -playbook -i for the custom host file what we have. And what is a playbook? Name Apache role. So that's a role. Okay, followed by a flag. It is used for ask vault pass. Wait, one hyphen is missing. Now it will prompt you for your password. See this. My complete inventory file was encrypted using Ansible Vault service. It's no longer in a plain text, even though I'm using a password based authentication. Using Ansible Vault, I have encrypted the complete inventory, and now while executing my playbook, I'm just passing the flag ask vault pass, and I'm just putting my vault password, and I was able to execute my playbook successfully. That is what the question was. How do we handle sensitive information? So there are multiple ways, guys. Frankly speaking, there are multiple ways to handle sensitive information. One of the way is Ansible Vault service, which you can definitely go and use it. Okay, let's move on to the next question. Very interesting question. Explain pull and push based configuration. This is what push based configuration looks like, guys. Now push based configuration is basically, as the name suggests, it's pushing the configuration from the central server to all the target system. So push configuration management tool initiates a push configuration changes from a central server to all the target system. The central server actively sends the updated configuration to the target system. That is what push based configuration means. So in what are the key characteristic of push based configuration? You have it is centralized controlled. It works on push model, so everything gets pushed from the centralized server. It's good for immediate updates. It's good for real-time interaction, and it mainly works on agent-based approach. Okay, some example of push-based configuration could be Puppet, Salt Stack, etc. On and what is pull-based configuration? Pull-based configuration management tools, on the other hand, enable target system to independently fetch configuration from a central repository. So the role is revised. Now, based on request, your target machine will connect to your central server and pull the configuration from the central server whenever it is required. The target system periodically or on demand request and retrieve the update from the central server. So what are the key characteristics of pull-based configuration? It is decentralizedly controlled. So it is not getting controlled centralizedly. It works on pull model. It's pulling, all your target machine is pulling changes from the centralized server. It can be scheduled or it can be trigger retrieval. It is agentless and it is light. Okay, it could be agentless or light agents. Some example of pull-based configuration, it could be Chef, CF engine, and let me tell you, Ansible works on both the model. It works on pull-based model as well as it works on push-based approach. Okay, so this is pull and push configuration management for you guys. Very simple, straightforward. If there's a question pull-based, changes are getting pulled from the push based changes are getting pushed from the centralized server and it gets managed centrally. Pull based changes are getting pulled from by the target machine from the centralized server whenever it is required. It's a need to basis. Okay, so that's it for me, guys. Hello all and welcome to my channel DevOps Mela. This is Rohit Singh and welcome to my interview questions series. Today we are covering Docker scenario based interview questions with practical solutions. So the first question is difference between a Docker file and a Docker Compose file. Many of you will say this is a straightforward, easy question what you're asking, Rohit. No. I have been taking interviews and I'm seeing people are not clear what exactly is the difference between a Docker file and a Docker Compose file. So let's start with this easy question and let's understand what exactly is a Docker file and a Docker Compose file. So a Docker file is nothing but it's a simple text file that contains the command a user could call to assemble an image. So in simple word, it contains instructions, okay, an instruction to create an image out of it. That is what a Docker file is all about. On the other hand, a Docker Compose file is a tool. A Docker Compose is a tool that allows you to define and run multi-container Docker applications. So you need to create a Docker Compose file. It's a YAML file, and then in which you need to give all the instructions. You need to define the services in short. So let's see an example for that. So if you see at the left hand side, I have a Docker file example wherein I'm building a ASP.NET application. I have all the instructions like from work directory, environment. I'm exposing 5000 port, and when the container will run, I'm running the command .NET onto my project. So this is something I've already covered in my AKS video. So please do check my ASP.NET playlist. You'll find a Docker file practical over there. Okay. On the other side, I have a Docker Compose file written wherein I'm creating two application. I'm creating two containers. One is for Nginx, the other is for MySQL. Okay. So using this Docker Compose file, I'll be creating two containers. Two containers would be created. One will run Nginx, the other will run MySQL. Okay, and there are several environments which I'm setting for MySQL database. It's a simple Docker Compose file which you are seeing right now. And if you want to run this, if you want to run a Docker file, the command is docker build -t followed by the file name. On the other hand, if you want to run a Docker Compose file, the command is docker compose up in the current directory where you have your Docker Compose file, or if you want to terminate everything at once, so the command is docker compose down. Okay, so that's it about the first scenario, difference between a Docker file and a Docker Compose file. Okay, let's go back and let's see the second scenario. Okay, so in the second scenario, the question is, after successfully executing the Docker command, so the command what we are running is docker run Ubuntu. The Ubuntu container is getting killed or it's getting terminated automatically. Please tell us the reason why. So think about this question. So the person is asking that you're running a command docker run Ubuntu, but somehow that Ubuntu container is getting terminated automatically. What could be the reason? Think about it. So the possible reason is this is the default behavior of a container. Okay, when a process running inside a container, when there is a process running inside a container exit, the container is killed or terminated automatically. So if there's nothing running inside, there's no process running inside the container, so there's no use of a container. The container will go in termination mode. Okay, so if you want your container to run, then make sure that the entry point of the command script runs in the foreground without exiting. Okay, so let's see an example. I will run. If you see, just focus on the left hand side of the screen terminal, wherein I'm running the command docker run Ubuntu. Okay, so once we run the command, it will try and create a Ubuntu container for me. Okay, if I go and check the status, I'm not seeing my container. But if I check the status with -a, I am seeing the container. That container was terminated 17 seconds ago. What could be the possible reason now? So let's see the reason on the right side of the terminal now. And this is something new I'm trying in my PPTs. Please do put down in the comment box whether you like this way or do you want me to do it manually. Okay, put down in the comment box. Okay, on the left hand side of the terminal, if you see, I'm going and inspecting the image. I'll check. I have an image called Ubuntu which we just downloaded. I'll go and inspect that image and see if there is any command and running or not by default, and if what exactly is the command and things like that. So I'll go and inspect that image. So if you see, I have a command running. There's no command, in fact. It's only a bash shell what I see right now. So what I do, I'll go and run the docker Ubuntu command again, but this time I'll give in the runtime, I'll run a command called sleep 120. So during the runtime, I'm giving a command sleep 120. That means my container will not get terminated. It will wait for 120 seconds. That is around 2 minutes. So it will wait for 120 seconds. Post that, it will get automatically terminated. So if you have a process running till the life cycle of that process, your container would be alive. As soon as the process gets terminated, the reason could be anything, XYZ reason, then your container will also get terminated. Same over here, when I was running a docker run Ubuntu command, I was not running any process, I was not allocating any terminal, nor I was running any command or any entry point. So hence it was coming up and it was getting terminated within a second. So that was the question what the interviewer has asked. Okay, think about it. It's a default behavior. Now let's go and look into the third scenario. Okay, this is very interesting. How do we run an Nginx web server on localhost 8088 using a bridge network? Let me reiterate. So the interviewer want you to run a Nginx web server, and that should be accessible on localhost 8088 using a bridge network. Great. Let's see how exactly we can do it. So this can be achieved by running the below command. Docker run IT is interactive terminal. D stands for detach. P stands for publish port. So we are publishing the 8088 port on the local host. Nginx by default runs on port 80. I'm giving a name to my Nginx web server. It's web_server. And at the end, I have my Nginx image. Okay. And this is a trick question, guys. So the trick question is over here. Bridge network is the default network in Docker. So that was the trick. Just added using a bridge network, just to confuse you guys whether you're aware about bridge network or not. So there are three type of networking you can do in Docker: bridge network, host, and none. So by default, when I run the command docker run IT with the name web server Nginx, by default bridge network will get selected. So let's see in practical how exactly it happens. So I'm running the command docker run IT -d -p. I'm defining the ports 8088:80, giving the web server name as web_server and giving my image name as Nginx. I'm not defining the network anywhere. My expectation is automatically a bridge network should be created. Now if you see on my local host, my application is up and running. Now let's go and inspect my container and let's see the networking part. So docker inspect is to inspect your container if you want to check information regarding your container. So that is the command docker inspect. So I'm just grabbing and I'm checking if bridge. So if you see bridge network was by default created when you created this container. So it was a trick question just to confuse you guys using a bridge network. So this is straightforward. Bridge networks gets created automatically when you create a container. Okay, that was the third scenario based question. Let's go back to the fourth one. Now the fourth is explain how to make container volume persistent. So this is straightforward, correct? You will use -v and you'll give the source and the destination. So that's straightforward, correct? But this is not the end. That's the first question. Explain how to make container volume persistent. And the second is how do we mount the volume on the local host directory root/nginx. So over here it's not talking about to make your container volume persistent on the default directory. The default directory is where live volumes. It is asking you to mount it on a different directory on your local host. Okay, so think about it, how exactly we can do it, and let's see. Okay, so this can be achieved through a bind mount option. So we have a bind mount option and we can resolve the above query. So what exactly is a bind mount? It can mount a file or a directory onto your container from your local host machine. Okay, so that is the question, correct? How can we mount a root/nginx onto the container and make my container volume persistent? Okay, that is the question. Let's see in practical how exactly it is done. So I'm in the root nginx directory right now. So this is the command. So we ran the previous command only, docker run nginx web server. The only difference is I'm using mount and the type is bind, and I'm defining the source and the destination. Now if I see I have a running container, now I'll go and inspect my container and I'll see the mount, if the mount was done right or not. So I'm in my mount section. If you see, the type is bind, the source is root nginx, the destination is user share nginx. That is the default directory for nginx server on the container. Okay, so this is how we can achieve binding a local drive onto a container. Okay, so this way we can make a container volume persistent. Now this is very interesting. Understand this question first. A company has restrictions. So I'm a developer. I'm giving you an option that my company has restriction on pushing from Docker Hub. So I cannot pull, neither I can push any images from Docker Hub. I have a restriction. I cannot put anything, my own image, I cannot put it on cloud or any other cloud provider, private or public registry. This is very rare, but still this is a scenario wherein I cannot put my local image, the image which I have created for my application, on a Docker Hub, or I cannot even put it on some private registry on cloud like ACR and things like that. So how do I set up my own local Docker registry? So we are talking about setting up our own local Docker registry. If possible, then how? So what exactly the question is? The question is to set up your own Docker Hub locally, but okay, so that internally on your local host, you can, the image which you have created, you can push that image to that local registry, and whenever is needed, you can pull that image out of it. How exactly this can be done? So let's see. Is it possible? Definitely yes. How? Let's see it. The above scenario can be achieved by running your own registry container. Okay, Docker has an image registry wherein you, by running that, you can create your own local registry. How exactly it is done? This is the set of command which you need to run. The first command, the default port for creating a registry is 5000. So the command which you need to run is docker run the port 5000 registry, and the image name is registry ;2. That is the registry. Once you run it, you can tag your image with the command docker image tag followed by the localhost ;5000 / image name. Then you can push your image, docker push localhost followed by your image name. So I have not done this practically because this is out of scope for this interview question and scenario based questions. Plus do let me know in the comment box if you need a solution video for this scenario, especially this scenario. I can quickly create it for you guys. Okay, that's it for today. Please do like, share and subscribe. And
Hello all and welcome to my channel DevOps Mela. This is Rohit Singh, and again welcome to my interview question with practical solutions series. So now before I start with Kubernetes, let me tell you I have already set up the Kubernetes cluster. If you want to know how do we set up a Kubernetes cluster, that is something I have already covered in one of my previous video. You can find the link in my description or in the top hand right side corner. Okay, so today let me take you to my cluster first. This is the cluster which I have set up. So basically if you look into it, I got my control plane node up and running, and all my scenario based questions will be done over here. Okay, now in my video wherein I have taught how do we set up cluster, that is manual I did. So each and every step was done manually. But if you want to have this thing automated, this is the automated script which I have right now, which I have created. If you guys want it, I will put it in my GitLab. You can take it from there. Okay, you can find this link even in the description. Okay, let's get started with the interview question, guys. Again, I'm reiterating, the interview questions will be completely based on my experience of taking interviews and giving interviews and what exactly is the demand in the market. So these questions are completely based on that. Please feel free to give me your suggestion in the description and the comment box. Okay, so let's get started and let's see what is the first question. Now the question is, what are the different components of master and a worker node? Now many of you will say this is not a scenario based question. So this is a very important question if you're going for an interview and if they're asking anything on Kubernetes. This is something
this is something they will definitely ask. Okay, so let's see what are the different components we have. So, okay, for starting with control plane, you can call it as master node. So control plane has many services. The very important services is API. So these are the component which is running on the master nodes or the control plane node, whatever naming you want to give. So API server is a component of the Kubernetes control plane that exposes API. So all the interaction happens through this API server. Then we got something called etcd. Etcd is basically it's a consistent and high available key value stored used in Kubernetes. So basically this is the Kubernetes database. Then we got the scheduler. So scheduler is basically it's a control plane component that watches for newly created pods with no assigned node. So basically all the pod scheduling is done by this scheduler. So when you put in your config for creating some pod, that goes to the scheduler, and the scheduler is basically responsible for placing that pod wherever the nodes are available. Okay. Now then we got something called control manager. So there are multiple controller process which is running. For to name few, you can call it as node controller, responsible for noticing and responding when the node goes down. We can have job controller, watches for job that represent one of the tasks. You can have endpoint controllers. So endpoint controllers basically populate the endpoint objects. So there are many controllers you will find out. So control manager basically handles everything. Now you got something called cloud control manager as well. Like suppose if you want to store your data and if you want to make your volume persistent and you want to store your data somewhere on cloud like S3, Azure storage account and all, so you can make use of cloud control manager also. So this is definitely optional. Okay. These are the four important components on master node: API server, scheduler, etcd, and controller manager. The controller there are multiple types of controller as I said. Now moving on to the worker node. So worker node, very important, we got the container runtime. So this is the container runtime engine. Is a software that is responsible for running your containers, guys. Okay. Then we got something called kubelet. Kubelet, an agent that runs on each node in the cluster. It makes sure that the containers are running in a pod. So this kubelet is the pilot of the ship, making sure that the pods are running. Then you got something called kubeproxy. So kubeproxy, you can call it as network proxy, that basically runs on each node in your cluster, and basically it will help you implement Kubernetes service concept. So all the interaction and everything will happen using this kubeproxy. Okay. Again, reiterating, what are the different components we find on master and the worker nodes? Master, API server, scheduler, etcd, controller manager, and worker, container runtime, kubelet, kubeproxy. Make sense? Okay. Let's move on to the next question. Okay, the question is, we have recently created a Nginx pod and the status is pending. So I have created a Nginx pod, but the status is pending. Now we need to go and find out why. Okay. Now how do we find out? So let me show you the pod first. So kubectl get pods. So if you see, this is the pod, Nginx web app. Okay. And it's not ready yet. The status is pending. It was created around 10 minutes ago. Okay. Now how do we find out? Let's see. So basically we can run the kubectl describe command. Now describe command provides detailed information about the pod, guys, such as what is the state, the labels, the condition, the volumes, and all very important, the related events. So when you run a pod, so there are bootstrapping events which occurs like fetching the image, creating a pod, all this happens. So if something is stuck somewhere, so describe command should be the first thing what you should do. Okay, so when you describe a pod, then you'll get a fair idea what exactly is wrong with the pod. Okay, let's go and see that. So kubectl describe pod and the name of the pod. So if you go and see from the top, this is all information regarding in the describe command, what you get, everything related to your pod. Coming down, this is the place where the events are. Okay, now when you see in an event, there's something called warning, the type. The reason is failed scheduling. So basically the scheduler was not able to schedule the pod. So default scheduler we are using, the message is 0 out of 1 nodes are available. One node had untolerate taint. Now this is the concept of taint and tolerance comes in picture over here. For now, this is my control plane control plane server. I have not created any worker node over here. This is the master node what I have right now. And by default, on a master node, you cannot go and deploy your pods or deploy your application. You cannot go and create the pod. It's only the control plane component services would be running on your master node. So by default, you cannot go and create anything as such. That is the reason scheduler was not able to, basically it was not able to assign the node to you, and the pod is still in pending state. If you see, 0 out of 1 nodes are available, one presumption is not helpful for scheduling. So scheduler is not able to deploy your pod on this particular node. Now, if you want to see the status, how do we check the status of the taint and all? So I can simply go and look into kubectl get nodes, and I can simply do kubectl describe node. We can even describe a node, kubeadm. That is the name of a node. I can simply do a grep -i and look for the word taint. Now if you see this, I got taint set on this node, which is saying we cannot schedule, no schedule. Okay, what we can do now, if you want to deploy your pod on this particular node, we can remove this no schedule thing. How do we do it? So there is a command. Now what exactly taint and tolerance I'm not covering in this particular scenario, but don't worry guys, taint and tolerance is a very important topic. I got a scenario based question based on taint and tolerant also in my upcoming slides. Okay, don't worry. So let's go ahead and remove this taint, kubectl taint, and I can just give node. I can give a node name, or I can just use a flag all, and I can just copy this part till here. Okay, and at the end I can just use a dash. This is basically will remove the no schedule taint. Done. Now this VM, this particular node is untainted. What does that mean? That means my pod will get created now. See, it's running. Let's quickly see the event. Describe. Okay, now if you see this, created successfully. So we do have a Nginx web app running successfully. Okay, so this is how you will troubleshoot and you will debug and you'll try to find out what exactly is wrong with your running pod. Okay, let's move on to the third scenario. Okay, let's move on to scenario 3. Now the scenario is previously created Nginx web server deployed successfully, okay, but the web page is not accessible. Find out why. Okay, so the question is, the Nginx web server which we have created previously was deployed successfully after removing the taint, but the web server is not, the web page is not accessible. The reason? Now let's go and see whether we have created the services or not. Okay, I do have the web server and I do have a service created which is related to the web server. Okay, now I can go and look into this service. Okay, so it has a label Nginx web app, so it's perfect. I can do a describe also, guys. There's no need to edit. So I can do a describe over here also, and I can verify the same. So we got a Nginx label over here, so it should work. Listening on port 8080. Perfect. Let me try to access this web server. So I can do a curl http localhost, because this is the only port running on. So let's use localhost, and the service which we have created is a type node port. So this is the port I can try to access on my web server. So this is the error what we are getting: failed to connect to localhost, connection refused. So let's see how can we fix this issue, and firstly, how do we debug this issue? Okay, let's see what we have. So check the pod events by running the describe command. Let's go and see that. So let's see if we have any issues with the pod. So the first thing first, check it through a describe command. Describe pod. I do have the pod name. Now in the describe, do we see anything, any event? Created Nginx web app, started connect container Nginx web app. So it looks good. My container is running, so there's no issue over here. What is the second thing we can check? Check the web server logs. Okay, this looks good. Now let's go and see the logs. kubectl logs. Name of the web server is Nginx web app. This is the command. Okay, so let me see if I see anything in the logs. Getting the checksum. Enable the listener. No, nothing in the logs. So this is the default config of my Nginx web server. Can we go and check this inside the container? Yeah, that should be my third step. So try analyzing the error. We have already seen the error. It's something related to network. Okay. So check web server config by kubectl execute command. So let's go. That is the only path left for us. We can go into the Nginx web server config and see what's wrong there. Okay, so this is the path nginx config d execute.config. Now this is something we need to go inside the container. So what is the name of my pod? Nginx web app. So the command should be kubectl execute pod, and the name of the pod is Nginx web app. And what is the command I want to execute? So let's go and execute this command cat. Oh wait, no need to give pod, just give Nginx web app. Okay, now we are inside it now. Now this is the path where the index.html file should be. Okay, very important, the server is listening on port 80. Now the target port should be port 80. And what did we define in the service? The service what we have. So this is the service port. Let's go and see what we have it over here. kubectl describe svc. The target port is set to 8080. So basically the request is coming on port 8080, and in the backend also the request is going on port 8080. But my web server is listening on port 80. Either I can go and make changes to my web server config, or I change this thing to 80, and I think it will work after that. So what I can do, how do I edit? So you can make use of this edit command, kubectl edit svc, not this. Let's copy this name. Okay, come down and change this target port from 8080 to 80. After changes, it will get implemented automatically. So let's describe again. Target port is 80. Now let's try and access, not kubectl, try and access the curl command again. Perfect. Welcome to DevOps Mela interview preparation. Now it's working. Now this is how step by step, guys, you can debug things whenever you face some challenges. So this was a network issue which I have showed you. There could be multiple other issue. So describe, checking logs, checking the application config, web server config, all those files. This is one step at a time, and you can come to a conclusion like what exactly wrong with your working pod. Okay. Moving on. So that was my scenario 3. Now let's have one more. Let's go on and see the scenario 4. Okay, so the Nginx pod created in the previous scenario crashed. Okay, and the config index.html file was deleted. How to avoid similar events in future? Okay, let's go and see if the Nginx, the server which we have created, is it still available or it got deleted. Let's go and see that. Okay, let's go and see it. Kubectl get pods. Okay, no resource found in the default namespace. So somehow my pod which was running my application, my web server basically, it had some custom config. This is index.html is one of the example. Even that file, the configuration got deleted because of some XYZ reason, the pod has crashed. Now, as we were not using persistent volume concept, okay, so by default, Kubernetes pods are immutable. That means if by some reason, if the pod stops or crashes, your data will be lost. So how do we avoid similar events in the future? So the only solution is by making the volume persistent. So this is your pod. Inside the pod you have your container running. You need to make this volume. So basically whatever you're storing in this, may store it somewhere so that even though if this pod gets deleted, your data is still intact. How do we achieve this? This can be achieved using the concept of PV. So PV is basically persistent volume. So persistent volume is nothing but it's a piece of storage in the cluster that can be provisioned by an administrator. A Kubernetes administrator can provision these PVs, or it can also be created dynamically using storage classes. Okay, so both the options are there. The benefit of using persistent volume is it's independent of the life cycle of the pod. So what does that mean? It means even the pod shuts down, crashes, the data in the volume is not erased. Okay, the example what you see, I'm using a local hard drive, my hard drive. So this is my local HDD on the server itself. And on this local HDD, imagine I have created multiple PVs. Okay, I have multiple persistent volume created. This is something, just imagine I've pre-created. So there I got this persistent volume created. It has different storage class, it has different access mode. I got different storage created. So based on different criterias and parameters, I've created the PV. Now how exactly a user can request this PV or they can use this PVs basically. So this can be used, they can call this PVs with a claim form. They need to create a claim form that is known as PVC. So PVC stands for persistent volume claim, is a request for a storage by a user. So the administrator, or not administrator, the person who is deploying the application And if he wants to use persistent volume, he can create a PVC. He can write a PVC form, and this PVC form will contain parameters such as storage class, access mode, whether you want read, write, read only, and things like that, and storage. And there are many other parameters also. For now, these are the three important parameters what they will ask for. Now, what Kubernetes will do, Kubernetes will look for a PV that meets the criteria defined in the PVC. Now, if you have defined some storage class, manual, imagine, access mode, read, write, storage, you want 1 GB. So this is the criteria which you have defined in your PV. Now, what Kubernetes will do, it will look for matching PV for you. So suppose Kubernetes has found that PV3 is matching your criteria. Now what Kubernetes will do, it will go and assign this PVC. Basically, it will assign this PV to your pod. And this process is known as binding. Okay, so Kubernetes looks for a PV that meets the criteria defined in the user PVC. And if there is one, it matches claim to your PV. This is called as binding. Okay, understood? How do we make volume persistent in Kubernetes cluster? Now let me give you a use case. Let me go back to my notepad. Okay, this is my use case. I got a YAML file for creating an Nginx. For most important, I got this PV file created. So basically persistent volume. What are the parameters? Storage class name manual. Capacity. This PV will be of 1 GB. Access mode read write once, and on which host path, basically MNT data. So I don't have this path created. Let me get this path created. Okay, let me create this path. So it is mkdir. Let's go into the MNT first, cd, and I can have a path. What is the name of the paths? Mkdir data. Okay, let me permission deny. Let me use sudo. Okay, perfect. So I do have this path, cd data. Do we have anything in it for now? Nothing. Perfect. Okay. Second, so I got this PV created. The first thing, we have this PV created. Now we need to have a PVC created. So I have not created the PV yet. So what I have to do, I have to just copy this content, come to my server, create a file pv.yaml, paste it over here. Let's have a PV created quickly. Wait, where I am right now. Okay. Let me go into DevOps Mela. Okay, let's have PV created. Okay, done. Now how do we execute this file? I can simply do kubectl apply -f pv.yaml. Done. How do we check if the PV is created? Kubectl get PV. Okay, so I got this PV created, capacity 1 GB, read write only, retained, status available, storage class manual, and the claim, there's no claim yet. Okay, so let's go to the second part. We need to have a claim created. Now I have got a claim file. Most important thing you will see, the storage class is manual, which is matching with my existing PV. The access mode is read write once, which is again matching with my existing PV. The storage requesting is 500 MB, wherein I got a PV, just one PV, which is of 1 GB. So let's see what happens. Let's come back. pvc.yml, have this. Now let's create this quickly. Apply pvc, c, done. Now let me go and see the pvc quickly. Pvc. So this is 1 GB capacity of PVC got created, and it is bounded. It is bounded with the PV what we have created. If you see the status bounded. Now many of you will say we have requested for 500 MB. Now how come it has assigned 1 GB? What did I say earlier, guys? Kubernetes will look for PV that meets the criteria, and if it matches the claim, the nearest claim, it will go and do the binding, and that is what the binding was done. Now just because this PV was of 1 GB, the complete 1 GB was given to this particular PVC. So if even though the requester asks for 500, this is the complete 1 GB was given. Now if you do things dynamically, so you can be very precise also. That's for part 2. Let's keep it for part 2. In part 1, just focus on this part. Okay. So this is how your volume will be persistent. Now how do we test it now? I do have a pod. Okay, so this is my pod. Most importantly, this is an Nginx pod which I'm creating. And most importantly, if you see this volume segment, I got this PVC, and this is the name of my PVC. So basically the path mount data will be mounted on this. So this is the path wherein we can keep my index.html file in Nginx. Let's see if that works. So let me create a pod quickly. pod.yml. Let's create this pod. kubectl apply. Okay, let me running. Let's go and describe this. Okay, created. Most importantly, if you want to see mount, the mount is created. Now how do we test this? What I can do, I do have some index.html file over here. So let me show you what exactly it is. So welcome to DevOps Mela interview prep. What I'll do, I'll copy this file into my local directory, that is mount data, and we'll see if, okay, so let's verify this if it is copied or not. Okay, so it's there in my mount data, which is there on my local server. Now, how do we check if this particular file is visible inside my container or not? The best way to check will be I can run the execute command, or I can have a service created and I can check if this particular page is visible. Both the ways we can do, but let's go and run the execute command. Okay, what is the name of my pod? Nginx pod. Okay. Then I can run a command ls user, where exactly it is mounted, user share nginx html. Oh, perfect. Do you see we got the html file? Now let's do a cat. Many of you will say that this was an existing file. html index.html. Okay, so if you see this, I'm running the execute command inside the container, inside the pod. Okay, so this is, now how do we test it if it is persistent? Very good. Let me delete this pod quickly. Nginx pod doesn't have the resource type missed pod. I always do that. Okay, get all. If you see, gone. The pod is completely gone. And can we go and check if my mnt data had this index file? See, the data is still intact because the data was stored on my local hard drive, not inside the pod this time. Hence, I was able to achieve such things now. With the help of volume persistent, I was able to achieve persistent volume in Kubernetes. Simple. Okay, now you guys can do persistent volume with cloud also. You can store your data on cloud on S3. You can make use of cloud controller. You can store it on Azure storage also. So this was a classic example which I showed you. If you want to store your data on your local hard drive. Okay guys, moving on. Okay, very interesting question. I need to provision a big data app pods on big data nodes only. So I got a big data node. Just imagine I got a big data node of very high config, 64 GB RAM, 16 core, and 2 terabyte of SSDs attached to it. So I got such big server created, and I want all my big data apps, like all related pods, should be placed only on that particular nodes. That is one scenario. Okay. The other scenario is no other application pods. Again repeating, if it's not a big data pod, it should not be deployed on the big data node. How do we achieve this? Okay, understood? Two scenario. I got my big data app pods which should be placed only on big data node. Second, no other application pods should be deployed on big data nodes. How do we achieve it? That is the question. Okay, let's see it. The above scenario can be achieved through combination of multiple concepts. So I'm just talking about this first scenario first, that only big data app pod should be placed on the big data nodes. So this can be achieved using node affinity. Okay, node affinity is a property of pod that attracts them to set of nodes. You can do either by preference or you can place it as a hard requirement. Now what exactly this means? Node affinity is a concept similar to node selector. So basically it will allow you to constrain which node your pod can be scheduled based on node labels. So using this node affinity concept, what you can do, you can define which node your pod can be scheduled. So basically you can tell the scheduler with this node affinity that this particular pod which I am creating right now, this needs to be placed on this XYZ node. So the first condition will be achieved using node affinity. But can a node affinity deny other pods to be deployed on the big data nodes? The answer is no. With node affinity, your pods will know, your scheduler will know this pod needs to be placed where. But can they deny? The answer is no. If you want to deny others, that others pod should not be placed on the big data node, then for doing that, you got something called taint and tolerance. Remember the second scenario in Kubernetes which we just spoke about? I was not able to place my pod, Nginx pod, and the scheduler was not deploying my pod on my master node. The reason was the master node is tainted. Now what is tainted and all, I'll explain, don't worry. So taints are basically are opposite. They allow a node to repeal a set of pods. Now, what exactly this means? Now let me give you a very layman example. Imagine a toddler is playing in a garden. A toddler is playing in a garden. Now what toddler's mom did? The toddler mom sprayed some mosquito spray on toddler so that the mosquitoes are not able to bite or harm the child. Okay. So with the spray, because of the spray, the toddler is tainted right now, and because of the repel smell, the mosquitoes will not bite the toddler now. So that is what tainting means. So just imagine some sort of spray on your node, and because of the spray, no other pods can be deployed on that particular node. Now, how do we, if imagine we want other pods to be deployed, how do we do it? Now, this can be achieved using tolerance. Tolerance are applied to pods. Tolerance allow the scheduler to schedule pods with matching taint. Now imagine take the same toddler's example. Now there are some few mosquitoes, they are tolerant to the smell of the spray which was sprayed on the toddler's body. They are tolerant, they are used to. It doesn't matter how many sprays you use, they can still go and bite the toddler. So that is what tolerance means. Okay, so tolerance, like if you still want your pods to be placed on big data node, in such cases you need to make your pod tolerant of the taint which has been used. If you do that, your scheduler will be able to deploy your pod on the big data node. So that is what taint and tolerance comes in picture. So using these three rules, node affinity, you can make sure the pods are placed on the big data nodes only. And with the help of taint and tolerance, you can make sure no other application are placed on the big data nodes. Okay. Note, taint and tolerance work together to ensure that pods are not scheduled onto inappropriate nodes. So they work closely just to make sure that the pods are not scheduled onto an inappropriate node. Okay, let's move on, and let's move on to the sixth scenario, and let's see what exactly it is. Okay, let's go and see the last scenario. So we got the scenario 6. Very straightforward question. What are sidecar containers and what is the purpose of sidecar containers in Kubernetes cluster? Let's go and see this. This is more like theory. So a sidecar are also known as composite container. So basically these are additional container that extend and enhance the main container. What does that mean? So a sidecar container, you can call it as a separate container. It's a separate container that runs alongside an application container in Kubernetes pod. It's more like a helper container for the application. So sidecar containers have become a common Kubernetes deployment pattern and often used for network proxies and are used for logging system. Okay. The main purpose of sidecar containers, it can be used for batch processing, AI/ML workloads, network proxy, log collections, and many things. Okay. So a sidecar container, what it will do, it will allow you to enhance and extend the functionality of your main container without having modify it code base. So basically you will have your application running in one container and there will be one sidecar container attached. The purpose of the sidecar container will be basically for network proxy. So there are many network proxy tasks such as SSL, MTLS, traffic routing, high availability. All this critical functionality of your application can be kept separate in which could be running on a different container. Or just think of, you want to fetch logs, okay, from your application logs, and you want to send those application log to somewhere. Okay, so you can allocate this functionality, such critical task of shipping and logging and all this, to a different container, keeping your actual application away from all this sider roles. So that is what sidecar container does. Now in today's scenario, in today's video, as I am teaching in scenario based interview question, I got some scenario for the sidecar container in place which I will walk you through. But if you want to know details about how the things were set up and how the site container was created and things like that, then please do let me know in the comment box. I'll try to create a separate video wherein I'll show you how our sidecar containers are set. Okay, definitely it is out of scope for the interview question, but just for the sake, I'm just showing you what exactly is the sidecar container is all about. Okay, now let's go back to my cluster. Now in cluster I've created a new namespace. So this is where my sidecar containers are. Now what exactly this is, how this setup is done, let me show you a diagram first. So this is the diagram. So basically what I have created, I've created a istio mesh. So I've created a service mesh. So I got one Java application Spring Boot running in one container. I got one application Node.js running in one container, and there's a traffic which is coming from outside. It goes through one more container. This is known as proxy. Okay, so it is network proxy. It is intercepting all the traffic. Okay, post that the traffic is going to my application, I'm getting a response. Then these two application are interacting. Basically this is my front end and this is my back end. Okay, so all this request is going through mesh traffic, that is MTLS. Then again I got a container istio service mesh over here. So basically this is the istio service mesh setup. So service mesh is nothing but it's a dedicated infrastructure layer that controls service to service communication over a network. Okay, so again there's a network proxy which is intercepting the traffic and the request is going outwards. Okay, this is the setup what I have done it right now. Now if you want to see the sidecar container, so this is the pod. Let me go and describe this pod. kubectl get describe. So this is in my prod namespace. Now if you see this, if you see the event container created istio init, so the istio initialization is happening. That is one container. The other container is basically my image. Now this is, it's creating a container using my image. So my image is basically on my Docker hub from where the image is getting pulled. Okay, so one container, this is one container. Let me go up. This is one container. Basically this is my numeric app. Okay, there's one more container over here. See, istio init. So this is my istio services which is running. So I got two containers running inside one pod. Now if you go and see this again, I get 2 out of 2. So I got two containers running inside one pod. Okay, same way over here also, if you go and see there are two containers running inside one pod. This is what called as sidecar containers. Now all this I'm getting it from istio systems. If you see, I got istio setup done. Istio, no, it's istio. Okay, now these are the things, istio setup, which is running my increase istio d, and all this is running. And basically it is now, if I create any other pods in this prod namespace, automatically this network proxy will get attached to it. Okay, so this is what a sidecar container is all about, guys. So basically it takes out the important functionality from the main app. Okay, and it basically it enhances and extends the functionality of main container. And all these things such as service mesh, SSL, MTLS, network traffic routing, high availability, logging, shipping of logs, everything can be dedicatedly given to a sidecar container. So that is what a sidecar container is all about. So if you want a demo on how to set up a sidecar container, how exactly I have done this setup and all, please do let me know in the comment box. I'll try to make a video, dedicated video on Istio. Okay, that's it for me,
Welcome to my
guys.
channel DevOps Mela. This is Rohit Singh. And welcome to my Kubernetes scenario based interview question with practical solution. The question is, what are services? Explain different types of services in Kubernetes. Though this question is very straightforward, but there could be many more questions derived out of it. Like for example, I got my application running inside a Kubernetes pod. How do I access my application from internet? I got my front-end server running in one node and I got my backend database on other node. How do I enable communication between these two pods?
how do I enable communication, internal communication between two pods? So these could be various scenario based questions which can be derived out of this question. Okay, so let's see what is. And before I start talking about, I do have my Kubernetes cluster up and running. Okay, I do have all my nodes up and running. Again, I've set up this cluster using an automated shell script which I have created. So this is an automated shell script. You'll find this shell script inside my description box. Please do check. And if you want to know from scratch how do we set up a Kubernetes cluster using Kubeadm, I do have a video on it. Please do check the video in the video link in the description box. Okay, so let's get started. Let's go back to the PPT. What are the different services and what exactly is services in Kubernetes? Now, Kubernetes service enables communication between various components within or outside the application. For example, if you want to enable communication between two pods, you need to have a service object created. If you have a web server and if you want to access those web server from internet, you need to have an object created. So basically, service will help you enable the communication between the Kubernetes pods. Okay, so there are various three types of service in Kubernetes. The first service is cluster IP. The cluster IP facilitates internal communication with other apps in your cluster. No external access, and it's the default Kubernetes service. So basically, within a node, if you have two pods running, just imagine this is web server 1 and web server 2, and if you want to enable communication between these pods, then you will be using the cluster IP service. The other one is node port. Node port, basically what it will do, it's open a specific port at the node level. So if you see, this is the port and all the traffic. So suppose the communication is happening from internet, so the request will come on this port, then the request will be redirected on port 80. Imagine this is Nginx. Okay, so what node port does, it opens a specific port on the node and forwards the traffic to the port via service. Port to choose, so this is the range 30,000 to 32767. This is the range within which you can select the port. Okay, now this is one way of accessing your application from internet. One more example I'll give you for node port. Imagine there are node 1 and node 2. In node 1 you have your front-end web server, and in node 2 you have your back-end web server. And if you want to enable communication from your front-end application to your back-end, over there also you can use this node port option. Okay. Third but not the least, load balancer type. So load balancer, which will route the traffic from the external service. So basically this is a standard way to expose your application to internet. Now this is a standard way to access your application from internet, guys. So it's a load balancer type. So imagine you have two ports on which your web server is deployed. So this load balancer type service will distribute the traffic, okay, accordingly. And with this load balancer type, you will be able to access your internet. You will be able to access your application from internet. Okay, so these are the three types which you will come across. Now let's do one thing. Let me show you in practical. So if you want to create a service, now this is the YAML file for creating service. Very simple and very straightforward. This is a API version kind, and the type which you can specify, load balancer type. Similarly, you can have node port, you can have your cluster IP. Remember, cluster IP is the default Kubernetes service. Let's go on the terminal. Now what I'll do, I'll quickly create a pod and I'll show you how do we assign or create services. Okay, let me create a pod, image Nginx, and let's give it a name, Nginx hyphen web app. Okay, so I do have a cluster, Nginx cluster up and running. Can we access this cluster? Can we access this pod? The answer is no. Okay, in order to access this port, what you need to do, you need to create a service. Okay, to access the port, we need to have a service created. We'll be creating a node port type service. Let me show you how exactly it is created. In order to create using declarative, so this is the declarative template which you can use if you want to create a type load balancer, but in my case I'll be using the imperative commands. So I don't remember the command, guys, so I'll simply do kubectl expose. Guys, I'm using alias, so my kubectl is set to k. Okay, in case if you're wondering what this k is all about. So k expose, my pod name is Nginx web app. The port I want to expose is port 80. The target port number will get assigned automatically. The name of the service, I want to keep it as svc Nginx, and the type, as I said, there are 3 different types: cluster IP, node port, and load balancer. So I'll be sticking with node port. Okay, exposed. Now let's quickly go and see. Okay, get all. So I do have a Nginx service created and the type is node port. If I want to access my web server, very easy, I can just simply do curl http localhost, and the port number is 31169. Okay, see, I'm getting my Nginx page. Internally the routing will be done on page on the port 80. Okay, so this is how you will be able to create your services. This is how you can access the application running inside your pod using all these services. Okay, so let's get started. Let's see what's the next question. Okay, the question is, how do we monitor Kubernetes cluster resources? Now again, looks very straightforward question, but you need to ask various questions like, what exactly do you want to monitor? Do you want to monitor the load level metrics, like check if the nodes are healthy? Do you want to monitor the performance level metrics like CPU, memory, network, and disk utilization? Or do you want to monitor the pod level metrics like the health of the pod and the performance level metrics of pod like CPU and memory? Okay, so there are various tools. Okay, tools such as metrics server, it's a Kubernetes metrics server, Prometheus, that's again an open source, Dynatrace, Datadog, Elastic Stack. So there are many monitoring tool available in the market. Today, the one which we will be talking about, metrics server. That's comes with Kubernetes itself. All others are third-party tools. So let me know in the comment box if you want to know how do we integrate Prometheus and how do we integrate Grafana and all. So I'll have a separate video created on that. Today we'll see how this metrics server out of the box works with Kubernetes and what exactly is metrics server and all. So metrics server, Kubernetes metrics server is a cluster-wide aggregator for resource usage data. Okay, the metrics server retrieves metrics from each node and pods, aggregate them and store them in memory. Okay, so what exactly the metrics server does? It retrieves metrics from each nodes and pods, okay, aggregate them, and then it typically stores those information in memory from where you can fetch. As a result, it doesn't store historical data because it's stored in memory. If your server on the node is restarted, the data is gone. Hence, we cannot use metrics server for production level clustering. Okay, so why exactly I'm covering? because this comes binding with Kubernetes, guys. That's why I'm covering metric server today. But do let me know if you want to know how Prometheus and things work. I can possibly have a separate video created on that. Now, what exactly metric server does? Okay, it uses kubelet for fetching data. Okay, and then using the C advisor, container advisor, it makes the metrics available for the cluster. How exactly it works, let's go and see. Now, in order to set up metric server, we can make use of this GitHub, official GitHub repository of metric server. And if you come down, there is an installation process. Okay, so let's go and copy this part and let's run it on the server. So we are basically setting up a metric server. Now when you run this, there are multiple things gets created: a service account, various roles, a deployment, and API registration. Now where exactly it got created? So it all got created in a kube system namespace. See, if you see, we got a pod running metric server, and we do have a deployment created for metric server. Okay, but it's not running yet. Okay, so the reason it's not running, we need to make certain change into the deployment file of metric server. Let's go and edit that first. Go and edit the deployment of metric server. Let's add few commands in it. Okay, so here we go. Let's come to the container section. Okay, let me copy paste what exactly I want. So these are few commands which I want to add. So let's paste it. Perfect. The deployment file got edited successfully. Now I should see one more metric server pod got executed. Let's wait. So guys, this will take pretty much time to fetch those metrics. Okay, now let me see if my metric server is working. So in order to check, you can simply run the command kubectl top. So let's see what all options we have. So we got kubectl node and pod. Let me see if we are getting any metrics now. So kubectl top node. See, I just got one single node, and I'm able to see the CPU, the memory utilization for my node. Similarly, if you have any pod running, it will give you details regarding a pod as well. But there's no pod in this namespace, but I do have pods running in my kube system namespace if you want to check. See the amount of CPU and memory utilization by pod. So this was the second question from my deployment series, for my Kubernetes series. Like how do we monitor? We have seen it there are various ways, but the tool which we saw in this question was metric server. That is a Kubernetes metric server. Basically, it will give you information about node and pod performance. Okay, but it stores data in memory, so definitely cannot be used for production. Okay, just keep that in mind. But do let me know if you want to know more about how do we integrate Prometheus, Grafana and all. I'll try to get one more video created on that. Okay, let's move on with the next question. Very interesting question, guys. How do debug specific container logs? Consider there are two containers running inside a single pod. Very interesting question. Suppose in a pod there are multiple containers running. How to check logs of each container? Now we all know that if we run a command kubectl log and the pod name, we get
we get the complete logs, but how do we make sure like which container logs it's displaying right now? So if you want to know multiple container logs, so you need to specify the container name. Okay, so kubectl log -f and the pod name with the container name, you can see specific container logs. Okay, let me demonstrate this for you, then it will start making more sense. So what I'll do, I have a YAML file which is creating a pod, and it is creating two containers. One, the first container, it has an Nginx image which will be running on port 80, and it got a second container, again the same Nginx image, but it will be running on port 81. Now in order to run two containers on a different port, we need to have two different config DID. So this container will take the default config DID. For this container, we'll have a config DID mounted. So this is the command, this is my config file. The only thing I made changes, the listener port I have changed from 80 to 81, guys, nothing else. So let me just copy this. And let me go back to my terminal and let's create default.config file. Default.conf file, paste it. Okay, post that, let's create a config map. I'll be using a config map over here. So kubectl create config map, and let's give it a name, Nginx conf, and let's use the file what we have, default.config what we have created. Perfect, I have a config map created. Let me verify kubectl get config map. So we got nginx.conf created. Now let me go and run my dual container YAML file. Let me copy this all, come back, and let's have a dual.yaml created. Dual.yaml created, and let me run this. So basically what it will do, it will go and create my first container, and it will create my second container. The only difference will be the second container will be created using the config what we have created. Okay, let's go and run it. Kubectl apply -f dual.yaml. Perfect. Now let me run the command kubectl get pods. I have one pod created, and in that pod, if you see, there are two containers. How do we verify? I can do a quick describe pod, and we can simply use the pod name. Okay, now come down. This is my first container running on port 80, and I got my, at the bottom I should see my second container running on port 81. If you want to verify, if you want to access the web page, you can simply do a kubectl execute, and you can give a container's name, that is multi-container, and we can simply do a curl localhost. I can do it on 81 once. So I'm seeing a Nginx page. Welcome to Nginx. Similarly, if you want to see 80, again you will see the Nginx page. So we got a running multiple containers inside a pod. Now coming back to the PPT question, how do we check logs? So usually we can check logs by running this command kubectl log -f, and you can give the pod name. Oh, sorry. So it should be logs, not log. Let me update my PPT as well. Okay, logs. So I'm seeing my pod logs, but I'm not sure which container logs it is displaying. I need to be very specific. So for that, what I can do, I can, in place of multi-containers, I can also put the container name. So what is the name of a container? So this is my first container. So let me copy this part, come back, put it over here. Now see guys, I'm getting my first container logs. Similarly, if you want to have your second container logs, let me copy the second container name. You can also have your second container logs. Okay, this way you can check specific container logs. That is what the question was. How do we debug specific container logs? So it's kubectl logs. Guys, this is not log, it's logs. And you can give the pod name followed by the container name to find out specific container logs. Okay, hope that helps. Let's move on. Very interesting question. What are the different deployment strategy in Kubernetes? Okay, so interesting question. What will be your deployment strategy? Like if we got multiple pods running my application, what should be my deployment strategy? So in Kubernetes, out of the box, there are two different deployment strategy which you will come across. One of the deployment strategy is a rolling update deployment. Now rolling update deployment, give me one quick minute. Rolling update deployment is the default deployment strategy in Kubernetes. What it will do, it replaces pod. So what it exactly do, imagine you got your web servers deployed on these pods. So there are version 1 deployed on 4 different pods. What it will do, it replace pods one by one, depending upon, it will go and start replacing your pods one at a time. Now if you see, we got the version 1 got replaced with version 2, and we got 2 new pods created. So of the previous version of your application with pods, of the new version without any cluster downtime. So the benefit of using rolling update, it will basically, if there are 4 set of pods, it will go depending upon what max surge and things you have defined. Based on that, it will go start making changes for you. Okay, so in my case, 50% of pod was removed with my newer version, and my 50% of my pods is still serving my older version right now. So with rolling deployment, slowly replaces instance of the previous version of an application with instance of new version of an application. And once we get a confirmation that the new version is looking good, all the pods in the system will get replaced with the newer version. That is what rolling update deployment means. The other deployment, what we have, recreate deployment. Recreate deployment, we fully scale down the existing application before we scale up the new application version. So basically what will happen, all these 4 pods which is serving your web application will be dropped and new set of pods will be created. Okay, definitely we have a downtime with in this strategy. We do have a downtime wherein all your existing application is getting down completely and new set of pods are getting created. The benefits of using rolling update strategy is there is no downtime at all. Let's go and see it in practical. So I got this rolling deployment strategy over here. In this rolling deployment strategy, I'm creating 4 replicas. I'm creating Nginx web app. Now the strategy type is rolling update. Max surge is 1. Okay, and max unavailable is 1. Now what exactly is max surge? Basically it means the number of pods that can be created above the desired amount of pods during an update. Okay, it could be an absolute number or it could be even percentage. You can put percentage like 25%, 50%. 50% means 50% of your pod will be removed and the new version will be deployed on top of it. Okay, and max unavailable is the number of pod that can be unavailable during the process. So in my case I got 1 so that means one pods will be replaced one at a time. That is what a rolling deployment strategy is. So let's go and create this one. That's role.yml. Okay, let me run this. Okay, now if you go and see quickly, I got 4 pods running in. Okay, now if you go and see, there's one replica set also created for the rolling update because we got 4 replicas. Now what will happen if I make changes? What will happen in rolling deployment strategy? What will happen if we go and make changes? Okay, like for imagine I'm just, give me 1 minute what I'm doing. Okay, let me go and make changes. So basically what I'll do, I'll change the image. So let's do one thing. Let me set image. So I'm making changes to my pods now, guys. Imagine it's a deployment what you're doing. So I'll just change the, what is the name of my deployment? Let me copy this name, put it over here, and let me change the image from equals to dinx. Okay, so I'm updating my nginx image. Okay, updated. Let's quickly go and see. If you see, my replica set got updated. There's a new replica set got created, and slowly and steadily it will all get replaced. See, it all got replaced. I got new set of pods created in a new replica set altogether. Now if you go and see the events, how exactly it has happened, let's go and see the events of my deployment. So I can do a describe. See, at once all the 4 replicas were created, but when we made the image changes, you can see 2 1, then scale down replica set rolling from 3 to 4, 2 to 1, 2 to 3. So one at a time, depending upon the max surge and max unavailable what we have defined in my rolling deployment strategy. Based on that, whatever we have defined, based on that, one pod at a time was brought down and the new version was applied to it. This way all the 4 replicas was 0. This is the old replica set, and now this is the new replica set, wherein one pod was brought down, then a new deployment was done on top of it. Okay, so that is an example of rolling deployment strategy. Same way we can test a recreate deployment strategy. So only change you can find is I've written recreate over here. There's no max surge or max unavailable in recreate, so that was not recreate.yaml. Let's go and run this. Okay, now I do have recreate created, so we do have recreate deployment created, and we got 4 pods created for it. Now same strategy, I'll go and make changes to the image. Let me just copy the deployment name. Okay, let's go and run the command again. kubectl set image deploy, and I just change the nginx equals to nginx 1.14.2. So I'm just updating the nginx image. So the nginx image what we have currently defined, it's nginx 1.14.0. We are changing this to nginx 1.14.2. Let's see how it works. See, one more replica, a new replica set was created, but now this was done immediately. Okay, all the previous replica set was brought to 0, and then a new replica set was created with 4 new pods. Now what we can do, we can quickly go and check the events, the deployment event describe deploy, and if you see, this was when we have created, and this is when we made the changes. Now if you see, scale down to replica set to 0 from 4, then again all at once all the 4 pods were created. So these are 2 deployment strategy which you will come across when you are working with Kubernetes. Rolling up the deployment strategy, there is no downtime. Okay, with recreate there is a downtime because your application is completely down, then the things are again redeployed. Okay, both the strategy has its own pros and cons. Now if you're going with rolling, then you might have to think about backward compatibility, forward compatibility. There are many things you need to consider. With recreate, you need to definitely take a downtime, because in recreate everything gets dropped, then it gets created. Okay, that was about strategies what we have in Kubernetes. Now let's go and see what is the next question we have. The question scenario question number 11, very straightforward question. What is a daemon set? Explain the use cases of daemon set. Now during an interview, the same question they can ask in different ways. Like one of the scenario is, I want to set up logging server basically on each new node which gets created in the cluster. How can we achieve it? So the answer we all know now, it is daemon set, guys. Now what exactly daemon set does? The daemon set ensures that all nodes run a copy of pod. As nodes are added to the cluster, pods are added to them. Any new node which gets added to your cluster, automatically if you want to have some logging pods added or some monitoring pods added, it will get added automatically. As nodes are removed, the pods are garbage collector. Deleting a daemon set will clean up the pods if created. Now let's see some use cases. There are typical use cases. As I said, one is running a log collection daemon on every node, such as Flondy and Logstash. So if you want to run any log collection daemon, then this is the best way to do it. The other use case which I can think of, running a node monitoring daemon on every node, such as Prometheus node, Exporter, Collect Datadog agent. So if you want to have such node monitoring daemon added to each new node which gets added to your cluster, well and good. Third example, running a cluster storage daemon on every node, such as clusterd and chef. This is what daemon set. It's a very useful service, and and this is very useful when you want to achieve anything as such. Now, for an example, I'll take you to the official website for the daemon set Kubernetes. This is an example of Flondy Elasticsearch if you want to add as a daemon set. So if you create a daemon set, the kind is daemon set. Now let me go and create this for you, or else I can simply run this and it will go and create that for me. Let me show you how exactly a daemon set looks like in reality. Let's run this YAML. Now if you go and see, we got the daemon set created. Now where exactly it got created? It got created in kube system namespace. Now if you come down, you have a daemon set created over here. Now if you go and describe this is a Flondi Elasticsearch daemon set which got added. Now if you see, it is running a pod also. Now we can route this logs using Kibana and all, and we can have a dashboard created. There are various ways to do it, but this is what daemon set will do. If you want some service to get to run on a newly created node, or a particular pod to run on all the nodes, then this is a classic example. Okay, the other example which you guys might be very familiar will be kube proxy. Kube proxy is also a daemon set, guys. So this kube proxy, which is also called a network proxy, it runs on every node which gets added to your cluster. It's a classic example of a daemon set. Okay, so that's it from part 2 of scenario based interview question. Thank you very much. Goodbye.